We are live on YouTube and we should be live broadcasting as well.
Okay, I'm going to go then. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Councilmember Edmonds, would you lead us in the pledge?
Of course. Please join me in the flag salute to our country. I believe. Okay. Would someone else do it, please?
Okay, I'll start. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mayor Austin, I apologize for that. My throat all of a sudden stopped.
What was that?
All of a sudden I had a temporary laryngitis.
Erica, would you take roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Larson.
Here.
Councilmember Villaseñor.
Here.
Councilmember Edmonds.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McCall.
Here.
Mayor Austin.
Here.
All present.
Moving to item number 4, approval of agenda. I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll move to approve.
I would like to, the agenda, sorry, I take it back. I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion. I have a second. Erica, will you do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Villaseñor.
Yes.
Councilmember Larson.
Yes.
Councilmember Edmonds.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCall.
Yes.
Mayor Austin.
Yes. Okay,
Motion
moving on to
passes.
item number 5, presentations. We're going to do a proclamation tonight to donate Life of California Month, April 2021. I'm just going to read the proclamation. Donate Life California Month, April 2021. Whereas organ, eye, tissue, marrow, and blood donation are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need. Whereas more than 108,000 individuals nationwide and more than 21,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list, and on average 17 people die each day while waiting. Whereas the need for donated organs is especially urgent in Hispanic, Latino, and African American communities. Whereas a single individual donation of a heart, lung, livers, kidney, pancreas, and small intestine will save up to 8 lives. Whereas donation of tissue can save and heal the lives of more than 75 others. Whereas deceased organ donors saved more than 33,000 lives last year, the most ever. Whereas any person can register to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor regardless of age or medical conditions. Whereas over 17 million Californians have signed up with the state authorized Donate Life California registry to ensure their wishes to organ, eye, and tissue donors are honored. Whereas California residents can sign up to be organ, eye, and tissue donors, applying or renewing their driver's license or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. Whereas California residents can sign up with Donate Life California Donate Registry online at any time by visiting www.donatelifecalifornia.org or Spanish speakers www.donvidacalifornia.org. Whereas California residents interested in saving a life through living kidney donation may visit www.livingdonationcalifornia.org. Whereas now, let it be resolved that I, Mark Austin, Mayor of the City of Fillmore, on behalf of the City Fillmore Council, do hereby resolve that in recognition of National Donate Life, the month of April 2021 is hereby proclaimed Donate Life California Month in the City of Fillmore. And in doing so, we encourage all Californians to check yes when applying for renewing their driver's license or ID card, or by signing up at www.donatelifecalifornia.org or www.donvidacalifornia.org. Do we have a speaker on the issue? Erica?
Yes, Richard Adam is on the line. I can bring him on real
Okay.
quick.
Okay.
Mr. Adam?
Yes,
Okay, you can address council if you like to.
okay. Uh, on behalf of Donate Life, One Legacy, I want to thank the council and the mayor and the city of Fillmore. As you guys know, this is a very important issue to me since I had a heart transplant about almost 7 years ago now. So thank you again. And the mayor already read the proclamation, so it gave the information there. And just there's one way to look at it. If you look at a Rose Bowl game, the Rose Bowl holds 100,000 people, and more people need a transplant than are in that Rose Bowl. So thank you again, and hopefully next year I'll be there in person. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you,
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Aiden.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 6, public comments. Do we have any public comments, Erica?
I'm going to refresh. I had received one, but I do not see the actual person logged in for this section. So let me just do a quick refresh here. I don't have any for this item.
Okay. We're going to move on to item number 7, consent calendar. I understand there's a couple edits, Erica.
Correct. There is edits for item 7B and 7C. For 7B, council member Larson was omitted from the minutes, and so we have added her to reflect that she was there and also her vote. And in addition to that, we also on item 7C, we had omitted by accident also council member Larson and Mayor Pro Tem McCall. So we had made the revisions, the appropriate revisions to make sure that their vote and presence was actually counted as well. So those were the
Okay.
2 revisions.
Great, thank you. Or does anybody want to pull anything, or are we going to, and we got a motion?
Well, I'd like to pull items 7D and 7E.
Okay. Then let's just go over 7D first.
Okay, on 7D on about the CAFR, and Melly did answer the questions, but I just wanted to have it be part of the meeting. I asked, let's see, at this point that we are not planning on dipping into the general fund reserves for to cover any kind of revenue losses. And so I just wanted to get clarification on that basically, that I think our development impact fees will cover that. So that's what I wanted to talk about on 7D.
I had something on 7D also.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that I consider this an audit, and audits are like a report card. It shows you areas you need to improve and work on. I don't see it as a negative thing, but I'm very pleased the city has done a very careful job of responding to the audit issues. That was all.
And also thank you, to piggyback off of that, response letter from the city. That was very good too, about how they're following up on it. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, just at this point, we have no plans to dip into our reserves. We have revenue coming in from our development right now that's making up the difference. So at this point in time, we do not have any plans to have to dip into our reserve funds currently.
Okay. Okay.
So I will move to.
Should I go to 7E then? Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So on 7E about and I'm fine with the Keister Marston consultant, but I want to know a little bit more information about how to contact home buyers and what the city may be doing, maybe working with this consultant to to contact potential people who might be low-income home buyers or low-income renters.
Mr. Mayor, would you like for me to address that?
Yes.
Okay. Kaiser Marston will not be soliciting for renters or buyers for the KB project. That will be the role of KB Homes. They'll solicit and look for buyers, and they'll publicize the availability of those units, and they'll give criteria, and they'll be the point of contact. Our consultant will just make sure that those people qualify per our agreement with KB Homes. I will say, if you do know someone here in Fillmore that is interested, you can be a point of contact for them. I'll get some information to KB Homes, and I'll forward it to you.
Thank you.
Okay, that would be super helpful. Yeah.
It'd be really helpful.
And to know too, sort of what the parameters are, you know, to qualify as a low income home buyer at one of those KB Homes, what needs to be your income level? Just if we could have that basic information, that would
Yeah,
be.
it's I can give you some basic information now. So it's for a family of 4. There's an income level, which is 80% of the county median income, which is about $93,000, somewhere in there. So 80% of that for the low income bracket. We'll also have a category for very low income bracket. So your family would need to make a maximum amount of not more than 80% of the county median income. So we're looking at probably in the neighborhood of $35,000 to $40,000 a year.
Mhm.
Those parameters will be described, and I'll get that information. I'll present it to you, and you can use it for your contacts at KB.
Could we put it on the city information on our website or whatever we do for promotion?
Yeah, we don't advertise for private development,
Okay.
but KB will be doing that. And I know your interest is the same as city staff's, is that we love for Fillmore residents to be first.
Right.
But there's some Housing Act laws that we can't do that, but you can point them in the right direction.
And would you mind sending that to me as well? This is Ari Larson.
Absolutely. I'm going to send it to all planning commissioners and city council members.
Thank
Every
you.
one of us knows people who might be interested. So I'll help in that way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
Kevin.
very much.
Okay, do I
Okay,
have
that
a
was all I
motion?
had.
Do I have a motion?
I will move to approve the consent agenda.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion. I have a second. Erica, will you do roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Larson,
Yes.
Councilmember Villaseñor,
Yes.
Councilmember Edmonds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCall,
Yes.
Mayor Austin,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, moving on to item number 8A, new business. Consideration of acceptance of certain public improvements for tracks 5496-1, 5496-3, 5520-1 through -5 from Hartstone. I'm going to turn it over to staff at this point.
Mayor, before we get going, I need to recuse myself from this item. I'll be
Okay.
switching off if I live in the area.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and esteemed City Council. I'm Roxanne, your city engineer. I'm here to present on this item tonight. I do have a PowerPoint presentation. Erica, I believe I should be able to share, right?
That is correct. I've given panelists access to share.
Thank you. I believe I have to do that before I start the show so it goes smoothly. Start from beginning. Okay. Can you guys see that map picture?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the map, the original out of the specific plan document for the Heritage Valley Park specific plan area, known as the Bridges Phase 1 and Phase 2. Tonight, I have a plethora of public improvements that have a fun word, right? Plethora, I like saying it, of public improvements that have been, some of them have been in place for a very long time, but the tract was not complete on the whole, and we've been, finishing items here and there, getting as-built plans on file, and that is in the first phase of the bridges, phase 1, which is on the west side of Pole Creek. So part of the staff report addresses public improvements to be accepted in what I call tract 5496-1 and tract 5496-3. Those tracts are generally in the vicinity of the purple circle that I put on here. And these are the excerpts of the filed tract map, the recorded maps. Those hatched area are the specific location of that tract 5496-1 and tract 5496-3. These two tracts, we already accepted improvements in -2 and -4, and so these are the remaining tract 5496-1 areas. We've reached a point where everything's really complete, with the exception of a few things that are in progress right now, actually, and will be done in the next, coming months. One of them is the Central Avenue traffic circle. You may have noticed that the Mountain View traffic circle is all striped and signed and landscaped and beautiful. But over at Central Avenue, where the developer for the bridges touches the developer for the KB home site, there's been a little, tardiness in getting that circle complete. And those improvement plans are included in the tract 5496-1. So what we are doing, we've worked with the developer and we're requesting city council support. We'd like to accept all of the completed improvements and allow Hearthstone to post a new improvement bond for the outstanding public improvements that they still owe us, which amount to some sidewalk, curb ramp, signing, striping, landscaping in the vicinity of the traffic circle. And also they're working on completing the levee bike path that goes all along the top of the levee that I just pointed out on this map. It goes from adjacent to that Central Avenue traffic circle all the way down past Rio Vista Park to Hazelwood. A lot of that's in and paved, but there's finishing landscaping and they've got some outstanding items. So we've got some bond, a bond that they would do to replace the main bond that we want to exonerate. From there, in the 5496-1 and 5496-3, and there's also some landscape bonding for various street trees throughout these tracts that are either dead or dying, and Hearthstone will replace them before we accept them, the street trees, for city maintenance or maintenance by the district. And so those items will be included in the replacement public improvement bond. Then the rest of the items, like the tract, water, sewer, storm drain, streets, sidewalks, all of the rest of the public improvements in these two tracts will become the city's, and will exonerate the originally posted bonds, and they'll replace them with a warranty bond that will be good for 1 year, and it'll be in the amount of 15% of the cost of the improvements. And so we'll move from, right now they're open and occupied and the public's using them, but they're actually Hearthstone's maintenance and operation and fix it. This will make it officially the city's, but if there's something that we find in the next year that needs fixing, they'll be under warranty by Hearthstone. They've been occupied for some time now, and this has taken a little bit for us to get here. So I don't anticipate any problems, and we've gotten all of the other required documentations on file. So I come before you with the solid. I do believe it's time to do this, to formally accept those public improvements and add them to our public system. And we'll get these other few bonds in place and the warranty bonds in place and let go the main bonds. It'll really help Hearthstone as a developer to not be under that annual bonding fee for all these improvements that are built and in place, right? And then the other part of the staff report addresses the other side of Pole Creek. So the bridges phase 2 includes really 7 different tracks. It's known as the parent tract is 5520, and 5520 has been accomplished in 7 different tract phases. We've got tracks 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 primarily ready for acceptance of only the components of the public utilities. Tracks 2, 3, and 4, we're ready to accept all the public utilities. The sewers are all in place, the water and reclaimed water is all in place, and the storm drain improvements are all in place. However, in tract 5520-1 and 5520-5, which -1 includes Heritage Valley Parkway from Pole Creek all the way down to what's labeled on this map north-south is also called Heritage Valley Parkway, but we've changed it to Trestle Way since then. Trestle Way 5520-1 meets 5520-5, and there's public storm drain improvements in Heritage Valley Parkway and Trestle Way that are still needing a couple things to be complete. So we're not ready to accept them from the developer until those things are completed. And so those parts of the bonds for -1 and -5 will remain intact for storm drain, but we want to accept the water, sewer, and reclaimed water because those facilities are all complete and ready for acceptance. And they've been building away on those homes, and they're beautiful, and they're getting occupied. And we've worked well with the developer to where we can, in real time, the subdivision improvement agreements includes language that components of the tract, like the entire water system, can be accepted. We can't accept pieces of it, but when the entire system is ready to be accepted, that's a component that the city may accept for public maintenance. And again, we would exonerate that portion of the bond for that component, and they would give us a warranty bond in the amount of 15% of the cost of the improvement. That's good for 1 year. And if we have any problems on that first year where we're operating and maintaining, we can have Hearthstone fix it or replace it, or we can pull the warranty bond. So that's the gist of this report. I will entertain questions.
Any questions for Roxanne?
No questions. It was laid out very well. Thank you. I understood everything that's happening.
Good. Yeah, it's kind of a lot of information in the staff report, but a picture says 1,000 words, doesn't it?
It does.
Okay.
Okay.
Then
I have one thing. I drove past the back of El Dorado, and there doesn't seem to be a way for them to build an exit. And I thought that was supposed to be in the plan, that there be an exit so that El Dorado can leave via the other road rather than the highway.
Can you guys see my cursor on the screen when I move it around?
No.
No? Okay. On the map that I'm showing you right now, there is a street. See where El Dorado Mobile Home Park is labeled on this?
Yeah.
right there. Yeah,
And then there's Anza Lane that's off to the right there from the park, Anza Lane. I don't know if I can scroll in because it's a slideshow. That connection, and it's not on the back side where the concrete channel is. It's going to be coming out of that east wall of, and we've already built the street over to the park, and we're working on the finalizing the gated entry right there, and it'll be built probably in the next couple months. But it's going to be on the east wall, that connection. And you're correct. We are installing a connection so that the residents of mobile home estates right there in El Dorado will be able to leave the park and go through this tract and go up Trestle Way to the new traffic signal to exit onto the highway using the traffic signal, or they can go down and go across the bridge and up through Mountain View. So that connection is within a couple months of becoming a reality. And it's on Anza Lane, and they'll come into like Dahlia Street and connect to Daisy and Azalea. So yeah, we are doing that. Good question.
Thank you so much. I'm so pleased about that.
Yeah, I think it's a wonderful improvement.
Yeah.
It will be, you know, key code entry or card entry. So it's a private gate, but the residents can always leave even if they don't have their card, kind of that, and emergency vehicle access as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. can I entertain a motion?
I'll make a motion to, for the four, oops, did I lose? Okay, I'm still on, just not sure on how to word this motion. Do I go down 1 through 4?
Tiffany?
Yeah, no, you don't have to, Christina. You can just say you move as recommended in the staff
Okay.
report.
Okay, great. Well, I move as recommended in the staff report.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I second. Oh,
I have a second by who?
I seconded.
all right.
McCall. Okay, McCall. Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Larson,
Yes.
Councilmember Villaseñor,
Yes.
Councilmember Edmonds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCall,
Yes.
Mayor Austin,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 8B, and if I mess up their name, you can correct me when I get done, Roxanne. Approval of a consulting contract with Casaray Consulting for preparing responses to FEMA map revisions.
Very good, Mayor Austin. Casray Consulting. So this has to do with floodplain mapping. And FEMA tries to update their FIRM maps, is the acronym, flood insurance rate maps. They're known as FIRM maps, FIRM, through flood insurance studies on a 5-year cycle. But sometimes it slips and it's more like 8 to 10 years. They're doing one of those updates right now. They released some preliminary mapping in July. County watershed and the cities meet with FEMA representatives on a quarterly basis in Ventura County. We actually have a very well attended floodplain managers meeting in Ventura County, where all of the cities and the county watershed and the FEMA representatives, we literally get together on a quarterly basis pretty faithfully. And so we have good lines of communication, and we let FEMA know pretty immediately that there were some problems with these preliminary map products and the water surfaces and, you know, the different things. And FEMA said they would look at it, and it's come down to now they've moved forward with all the public noticing, and we've entered into the appeals period, which is a 90-day appeal period. It's very strict on when it starts and when it stops, and you have to submit your review comments. It's really the first time that you can officially submit your review comments. And so FEMA's aware of the reviews that we have, and what they've made clear is that the comments have to be pretty specific and technical, because when we say you're using the wrong topo or you're using the wrong hydrology model, they need very technical on why is it wrong and what would you use instead. And, you know, in order to move the needle to get the maps corrected. And I think all of the cities that are involved in these particular set of mapping documents on the Santa Clara River and Sespe Creek are in unison saying these are wrong. If we give them the specific information that they need, then we have a shot at getting them to update them. If we just kind of go, they're wrong, and we don't give them all the detailed information to back it up, they may or may not change the things specific to your community, because everybody's got to comment on what affects their community. You know, Santa Paula will be commenting on theirs, and County Watershed has some things in the unincorporated area that they're concerned about. And so with that, I reached out to Hassan Kazray, who assisted us the last time that the mapping went through as well. He's done hydrology and hydraulics and floodplain mapping in Ventura County for 30 years, helped Watershed with a lot of their modeling, and Camarillo and Ventura and Simi Valley. You know, he knows our area very well. So they're poised to do it fairly quickly, and with a good amount of understanding of what the problems are, why FEMA used the model that they used and why they shouldn't. And so I highly recommend that we let Hassan help us in doing the detailed review and come up with the laundry list of specific comments to get FEMA to update the maps before they say, okay, they're good and we're publishing, because at the end of the 90-day appeal, they'll go through all the appeal documents, and if they can dismiss them, they will, because they don't want to spend the money to redo the maps. We need them to redo the maps, and then that may end up in another 90-day review of a revised product is what we're hoping to get out of this. Alternatively, we don't do any comments. We rely on everybody else's comments, which won't really specifically address the Fillmore area probably. I know that because I've talked to Watershed and Santa Paula about what they're doing, and I know everybody's kind of taking care of my river frontage, you know. And so if that happens and they don't update the model, and specifically the problems that we're having in our area, the preliminary mapping products are using a much higher water flow and a higher topography in the river bottom, because they're not using current topography, and it's put the water over top of our new levee down at the Bridges Phase 2 and put a bunch of the homes in the Bridges Phase 2 underwater erroneously. And so what would need to happen if they just move forward and adopt the insurance maps in that manner, then those homeowners or the developer, as they sell the homes, will have to do individual applications with the letter of map revision to say your model's wrong, we're not, and prove it property by property by property to get back out of the floodplain, or pay the flood insurance that will be required while the FEMA maps show them in the floodplain. Hearthstone reached out to me themselves and said, you know, we're going to comment, but really the city's comments carry a much more weight. And so their consultant that did all of the hydrology and hydrox for the levee is assisting our consultant, so that they're both, you know, sharing data and able to give a very good and thorough review of. FEMA always hires these very large firms with out-of-town people that don't understand the local area, and that's one of the things that we're up against. And so I feel this is important for our city and for our residents, that we step up to the plate and tell FEMA to do it correctly. And so I'm recommending that we do spend a little bit of money to invest in giving them some very detailed technical comments to get the best mapping products that we can, because it's going to be at least 5 more years before they get updated again. So that's pretty much the overview. I'll entertain any questions.
Any questions from council?
No questions. Just wanted to let you know, Roxanne, and you probably may already know this, that the Fillmore Piru Basin's Groundwater Sustainability Agency has done pretty amazing modeling of the Fillmore and Piru basins over the next 70 years to look at drought conditions, to look at climate change, and to see surface water flows. So if you want to talk with Stillwater Consulting through the agency. You know. Yeah, thank you. I am aware of those models, and I've used them, and the Hassan is also tied in with the hydrogeologists and everything. Great. So thank you for bringing it up. We are aware of those models, and we will be using that information as well. Oh, great. Good.
Right.
Okay.
Erica, do we have any comments, any public comments on this issue?
We do not.
Okay. I'd like to entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion that we appropriate the $14,900 in the general fund, and we authorize the city manager to sign the attached professional service contract.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
Well, it's tied between you two again. I'm going to give it to Ari. I'm going to give it to Ari this time.
Yes, Ari's turn.
It's Ari's turn this time. Erica, can you do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Edmonds,
Lynn, you're muted.
Yes, sorry.
Councilmember Villaseñor,
Yes.
Councilmember Larson,
Yes.
Mayor Protem McCall,
Yes.
Mayor Austin,
Yes.
motion passes.
We're going to move on to item number 8C, refunding of the 2010 water system bonds. I'll turn it over to staff at this point.
Good evening. My face is not showing. It's okay. Last January 12, 2021, we presented to council a request to explore the possibility of doing a bond refunding for our 2010 water bonds. So from then on, we worked with our bond people, and they have already now worked on the, they studied, they work on the official statements, and they are ready now to float the bonds. So I will turn you over to Kurt de Greenies to make the presentation on the bond issues.
Hi, thank you, Mealy. Kurt DeCrenis, I'm a Managing Director of Columbia Capital. I'm working as a municipal advisor to the city of Fillmore on this transaction. As Mealy had said, the city had issued bonds in 2010 that was also refunding to refund a prior water bond issue, and those bonds are also now refundable. The average interest rate on the bonds that are outstanding are at 5.3%. The refunding of these bonds will lower that interest cost, we expect, fairly dramatically. The current estimate of interest cost is going to be probably closer to 1.5%. So, I mean, because as you know, interest rates have dropped dramatically in the last couple of years, and certainly since the pandemic. So that creates an opportunity to save money. The savings are pretty high. They're over $800,000 in present value savings, or about $80,000 a year. So that's pretty significant over the remaining term of the bonds. There's no extension being proposed. So all the other terms of the bonds are remain the same. The bonds will be rated. We're expecting to get a rating back this week from Standard & Poor's. The current bonds are rated A+. We expect this refunding bond to also be rated A+, maybe AA-. The bonds will be sold by competitive sale. So they'll be sold to whatever underwriting firm offers the lowest interest cost to the city. And that bond sale scheduled for May 4th. And other than that, it's just strictly being done to save money. The action tonight approves all the related bond documents, the bond official statement, which goes to investors, the bond indenture, the notice of sale inviting bids from underwriters, the escrow agreement, continuing disclosure agreement. There's a savings report attached as well, so you can see visually what the expected savings are. I mean, we won't know for sure what the savings are till the bids are open, but we expect to get multiple bids. And that's, if I can answer any questions, please let me know.
I have one. I was reading in the terms, the end of this bond is 2032. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure I was reading that correct. So we're done in 2032.
Yes, paid off.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for? Okay, I'd like to entertain them.
Sorry, I have a question. But I think it's more a staff related question. The savings from this bond, that is part of the water fund, right? Is that where those savings will go to?
Correct.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Seeing none, I'd like to entertain a motion.
I move to accept the recommendation of the city.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Well, I don't know whether I'm going to have to give that one to Diane, to McCall. Second. I'd like Erica, will you do roll call, please?
Sure. Councilmember Edmonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Villaseñor,
Yes.
Councilmember Larson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCall,
Yes.
Mayor Austin,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 8D, mid-year financial report for fiscal year 2021 and approval of a supplemental budget request. I turn it over to staff.
Hold. Okay. Evening, Council. Okay. These are the PowerPoint projection that we will present to you on the result on the mid-year budget and the forecast for the year ending, fiscal year ending June 30, 2021. Okay, okay. In this screen, you will see the general fund mid-year actual, the finance and the for fiscal year 2021 and the forecasted revenue. This is the general fund table. As you could see, these are the different revenues for general fund. This is just for general fund. In 2019, we begin with 1920, you would see that the total revenue was 3.8 million, and then it progressed to, this is the mid-year, and then the end of the year was 8.5 million, and 2021, the mid-year was 3 million 6. It went down a little bit. It's because of the effect of the pandemic. But then there was a delay in the revenues, but we forecast the total revenue to end in June 30, 31 at 8.3 million compared to the 1920 of 8.5 million. So there was a little bit of reduction, which is, as you could see on the right column, you would see the reduction in the revenue. It's not much, but it's still, total about 160,000 compared to the budget as we budgeted it. And that's how, the pandemic affected our city. Next, please. Okay. Now this is now the expenditures area. We went over the revenues. Now this is the expenditure, as you would see the different departments on the left. It would say in there what the budgeted budget actual. But then on the total, you would see that in 1920 mid-year, we had 3.2 million in expenditure compared to 2021, which is the current year. We have 3.7 million in expenditure. On a yearly basis, the actual for last year, which is 7.4 million, and for this year, 2021, it is 8.0 million. Go back. So this is now we see now the general fund. Okay. Sorry. We now go to the fund balance. This is the revenue and expense minus expenses in the beginning reserves. So here in the fund balances, this is just general fund. I repeat. In 1780, the total balance of the total general fund, this is just general fund, the ending fund balance was 4.8 million, and then gradually improving to 1819 of 5.5 million, and at 1920, 6.6 million. And in 2021, despite what they call that, the effect of COVID-19, we still are able to have a little increase in our general fund balance to 6.8 million. So you could see that over the years from 2017 to 2020, as the current year, we have been slowly progressing from 4.8 million now to 6.8 million. This is just the general fund. Now we also have the general reserve fund. It's 1.6 million, and it hasn't changed because this fund, the general reserve fund, started in fiscal year 2002, and it was used for when in the general fund, which is, would transfer money to the general fund reserve. This is another fund to put a reserve so that for future projects of the city. Now, this 1.6 million was transferred to the general fund reserve from the general fund in 2016, and we transferred 1.2 million, and in 2017 we transferred 320,000. That's what made up this whole 1.6 million, and this is a reserve that was put aside at that time because we had the sales tax issue at that time. So there is no specific percentage or amount that we have to put in this reserve. So it's there available for that purpose. So the total fund balance, which is the general fund and the reserve, would now show 6.5 million in 2017, gradually increasing to 2021 at 8.5 million. So you could see that the city is doing pretty well in its general fund. Next. Okay, now this is the water fund, revenue and expense comparison. This is already the water. You could see the revenue in 17-18, the meter base slowly growing up, and to 2021. The reason for the increase is because of the development that we have, so that we have more customers in 2000. From 2018-19, we have I think 4.1 4,100 customers, but then in 2021, the current year, we added approximately 100 new customers. So that's the reason for the increase for the water revenue. Also in the expenditure, you would see all of the increase from 2.7 to 3.9. This is because also it's of the increase in water customers. So there's small, revenue and expenditure both increase a little bit. But you could see that, and then we have the debt service fund that has been going down. And so now it's from 1.6 in 17-18 to 22 and 1.2 in 2021. We have to be careful that we have the debt service ratio, which is the amount monies available to pay this debt service. The required debt service is 1.25 for the debt service, but you could see that we have enough of debt service ratio, which is it's a good indication also. That's why our water bonds that we are refunding will probably do very well. Next. So this is the sewer fund. So the earlier one was the water fund, and this is now the sewer fund. Because also of the increase in water customers, the number of water customers, you would see the revenue almost, it's not it's gradually, it's stable, and then the expenditures went a little bit up. The main reason why the supplies and services went up a little bit, not that much, is because electricity has increased so much, 6% a year increase in electricity. And then we also have the water well supplies and chemicals increasing, pumping tax increased, and the liability insurance also increased, and the biosolids disposals increases. So these are the items that account for the increases in the supplies and services. Now we also have the capital reserve, which is the amount put aside for future capital projects for the maintenance of the sewer fund. The same thing also with the water fund. We put aside some money, but this is different from the development impact fees, which is a special revenue bond. The sewer fund and the water fund is for operations. Okay, so in here, but then here in the sewer fund, you could see that the coverage ratio, the debt service ratio, the coverage ratio, the minimum that we have to have for this is 1.5, 1.15%, but we are just making it, there. So we don't really have much room for the sewer fund. As we are doing very well for our water fund, but in the sewer fund, we have to watch our expenditure a little bit more. Okay, the next. Now, this is a different story now for the recreation and pool funds, revenue and expense. You would see that in 1819, we have a negative, we have a deficit resulting to 85,000. In 1920, we have a deficit of 100,000. And in 2021, the deficit on this recreation and pool funds is growing. And next slide, please. So this is now the fund balance, the cumulative fund balance for the recreation and the community pool fund. So you would see the recreation has a fund balance in 1819 of negative 154,000. And now in 2021, it has grown to 190,000. On the community pool fund, we have a deficit in 1819 of 500,000, half a million. 1920, 632,000. And 2021, 775,000. So this one is something that we have to work on more closely. Next slide, please. Now this is the street fund revenue and expense summary. So this is from our gas tax fund. Our revenue is just in 1819 is 3,000, and that's the net income. And then in 1920, 24, but in 2021, we have a negative 90,000 from the revenue of 401 down. So we also have to watch this fund, street fund. Next fund, please. Now this is the fund balance for the street fund. The previous one was the results of the operations on a year-to-year basis. Now this is the ending. These are the fund balances. Fund balance for the street fund. We still have a little bit reserves, but In 16-17, we have 8,000, and it grew in 18-19 and 19-20, but for this year, 2021, it's down to 47,000. See, the main income for the main revenue for the street fund is the gas tax fund, and gas tax fund is sales tax from gasoline, and it has gone down. So that's why you could see that in 1920, we went from 137,000 to 47,000 in the current year. So hopefully with the gas tax prices going up, it's $4 a gallon now again back. So hopefully this fund would recover in the next year. Next fund, please. So this is the fund balance comparison of all the funds of the city. We have the general fund. You could see the recreation, the general fund, we have 6.8, and the recreation and community pool. And this is what we have, 1 million deficit for 2021. The enterprise fund, which is the water and sewer fund, is stable, and we have a very good reserve in that one. And we have the special revenue funds, which is the restricted funds. This can only be used for, for what the fund is depending on the restriction of the revenue. Now the special revenue fund, this is the development impact fees. These are the revenue that comes from the development of this community facilities district. When development impact fees are collected, but then it can only be spent on specific purposes as called for by the by the community districts. The special districts, this one also, we have the CFDs, community facilities district, and then we have the capital improvement program. These are reserved funds that are identified for what projects they are created for. And then we also have the capital and general reserves fund, and the same thing with this capital improvement. These are specified for these particular projects. And the successor agency, which is the formerly the redevelopment agency, we have these balances. It's dwindling down because we are trying to ultimately this would be turned over to the county when we have and then all the properties that we have would be sold, and that's the end of the redevelopment agency. So as a whole, the city, this is the total fund balance that we have. In 18-19, we are 32.7 million in 18-19, and we forecast it now to 2021 estimate to 42 million, which is an increase of 10 million. So we're doing well, except for the recreation and community pool funds. So next. Okay, any questions? The city is doing fairly well.
And Mally, thank you so much for your presentation. I do have a couple of questions if I may, Mayor. Regarding the community and pool fund, when you say that the fund is in that deficit of over $1 million.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
So is it when I look at the revenue versus the expenses, and I know that like in this current year, right, there's like a $10,000 one for the recreation, I think, and then, or I'm not sure, I don't want to get them mixed up. But are we trying to build up that fund? Like, is the goal to get back to pay back that fund, the $1 million? Or are we just trying to keep revenues above expenses? Does that question make sense? Or maybe if anyone else could, pitch in historically.
Dave?
Can I ask?
Yes. Yeah, what we're doing there, that's that fund is kind of what we call not real money, if you will. It's because we borrowed money back and forth. So essentially, if you want to eliminate that deficit, what you would do is borrow from your from our reserve fund, let's say $1 million, put it into the general fund to pay for, quote unquote, the pool and recreation center. But at the end of the fiscal year, because you've done some transfers back and forth, theoretically you should have $1 million still in that fund, and then you put it back into your reserve fund. It's an accounting issue that you get with local governments, but the money has come from the general fund to cover deficits within that specific fund. So I call it an accounting deficit, not a true hard deficit. It's one of those things with local government where if you have $1 million and then you transfer it to another fund, it's not $1 million, it's $2 million. That's how you count it when you're doing your numbers. So it's a accounting issue with that. So we're going to be talking about that probably more detail in the upcoming years of how we want to address that particular item there. And overall with our budget, we come out ahead, which is the main thing to take a look at with the general fund.
Any other questions?
I have one,
Okay,
if I may.
go ahead.
I think we really need to look closely at the pool fund. I think that we have a responsibility for recreation for our community to perk it up. But I think we need to work in a closer partnership with the school district. So I'm hoping that would help the balance.
And sorry, I have just thought of a couple more things on regarding, Dave, maybe you could speak to the American Rescue Plan funds, right? The money that should be coming in for infrastructure from federally. How do we, as a city council, do we have decisions on where that goes, in terms of specific infrastructure? How can you explain a little bit how that'll work?
Yeah, we'll be getting more information from the federal government on how we have to report it and what you can actually use it on. We're still trying to get some clarification on the actual uses for it. One of the preliminary uses they had discussed was to be able to backfill any losses in sales tax or revenue that you have lost over the pandemic time. In addition to that, there's infrastructure that you're able to use it for, broadband, water, sewer, those types of items. And staff is currently looking at capital improvement items. We'd bring a list back to city council, talk to you guys how you want to spend that money. They're looking at having, I believe, 10% of the allocation available soon. And then over the next 5 years, you get the remainder of it. There's a call on it tomorrow. I'll be on to talk a little bit more about how it's actually going to work. We're still trying to figure out all the nuances and the reporting requirements and everything else. That'd be something that we bring back to city council for your discussion and deliberations on where you want to spend the money. Currently, it's estimated for Fillmore to receive approximately $2.9 million. Again, waiting to see a firm hard number on that, but that's the number we have been told at this point in time.
Thank you.
I have a question also, Mark. I don't know, are you finished? Council member.
Oh, I had another thing to bring up too, and that's about, if I can get a little explanation, little background on the prudent reserve that we have, the 40% that was instituted back in 02. I'm under the impression that that is sort of like our, like I said, a prudent reserve when times are hard and we have something come up, that we would tap into that. And it appears from the report from Melly and from what I've been reading that this last year, which would have been our, I mean, if there's going to be catastrophe and economic loss in the city, would have happened this past year with COVID. So I want to revisit that. And if we didn't have to tap or bring money from that prudent reserve out for COVID and we're able to cover revenue losses with I think it was the development impact fees, or maybe have it from the American Rescue Fund, if we get that money in, I propose and that we as a council look back at that, because if we can shore up some money that we can actually use a little bit more for our community, perhaps recreation in our general fund, that would be something I think that we should talk about and it'd be beneficial for our city. I just want to make that point. And if I'm wrong in anything that I said, return in terms of the prudent fund, please let me know.
Dave, can you please answer that? Because she's talking about the 1.6 million.
Yes, yeah, the 1.6 million, we've kind of called that our emergency fund, if you will. It's that's the general fund reserve fund, officially identified as that. That is put some of our sales tax settlement money aside in there. We're still have a case, we talking about it with you guys next week at a closed session. So we have money set aside there. And then we just have what we call our general fund reserve, which is a carryover balance, which is around $6 million. So that's kind of what we've always generally talked about as being our general fund reserve. And the one with the 1.6 million is kind of our special general fund reserve fund. That's kind of how it's been discussed in the past here, due to the fact we're trying to keep that separate from everything else due to potential settlement issues with our sales tax agreement. So it's kind of confusing when you look at it. If you haven't been around, understand the concept of how we've been trying to do it here. And so we created that separate fund, if you will, to host that 1.2, which now is at the 1.6 million. We combined all the funds together.
It's sort of unavailable funds. Is that right, Dave?
The 1.6 are available to use. However, we're not using them. We're not touching them because of the sales tax issue. And we know that there's a number out there, I believe it's around 1.2, 1.3 million. We want to make sure we put that aside and do not touch it and do not go into it for whenever that comes up.
So sorry, because I know I'm asking a lot of questions, but just for clarity for me again, is that that 40% that we have for our city, that city policy, is that the funds that you're talking about that we do not touch?
No, that's a separate fund, but that can be included within the overall 40%. And again, city councils can decide what they want to have for a fund balance. A lot of cities carry 15%, max 20, 40% is extremely high. You don't really see too many cities carrying almost 50% of their general fund budget and reserves. But that policy decision can be made by city council at any time in any budget season as well.
Okay, thank you.
I have a
Lynn?
question, Mr.
Lynn?
Mitchell. This is actually just for a point of clarification. In looking at the documentation on the budget, I saw that Fillmore City water bill per family is lower than other cities in our county. And the sewer is approximately the same as other cities. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so the fact that our people are complaining so much about the water bill, I think is because we put both the water and the sewer on the same bill and we call it the water bill. And so then they ask other people what they're paying for water and they're not paying as much as our total sewer and water is together. So would it help explain to the community where their money is going if we would divide our bills so that it shows water is this much, sewer is this much? Because I think if they saw that the comparable base of water is $42 and we're relatively inexpensive compared to other communities. They might start complaining about the sewer bill, but at least they see it in relationship too, and they don't see it as just the water bill. Is that logical?
I would need to take a look at what the bill looks like. So I pay automatically, so I haven't seen the actual bill. I'll take a look at the bill and see if it separates out the water fee and the sewer fee, because it may have that. Your water is X amount, your sewer is this amount, and then your total is at the bottom. I'll double check that and get back with you to let you know.
So I think it might help if people actually look at the bill, which I do every time with chagrin, to see, because there's always that issue, and that it doesn't say we don't need to work on it, because we do, but we need to have accurate information out to the residents on it. That's all, just a comment.
Okay. And then any other comments, questions? I'm just going to ask one. So the movement, we're just reallocating it within the budget that's what we're eventually going to approve here, is we're reallocating $310,000 within the budget, correct, Dave? We're not taking it, we're just moving it around. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct. Is that the budget adjustments?
Yes.
The budget adjustments are, there are additional expenses that staff is requesting for, and the details are in that budget adjustment. And there are new expenses that have not been included in the original budget. One of them is the, from planning department, 165,000. Let me just, and also from public works for the tree maintenance, 50,000. So, okay, let me go back. So those are additional expenses that mostly it's public works expenditures that they want to update. It's street cleaning and tree maintenance mostly, and then from the planning, 165,000. Let me just check. So, I'm sorry, hold on. It's in the mid-year budget, yes. Right.
I was reiterating that we're on the revenue side, and we're just reallocating the revenue to cover the expenses, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
all my question was.
Oh, okay.
We
Are
do
we okay?
separate. Yeah, we do separate out on the bill, the water and sewer. I just confirmed that, so that is
I
separated
never
out
even noticed that. Maybe we
on the
need to
bill.
put the
So
sewer in big letters or something. Or underneath it, say total of water and sewer, something, because we always just call it the water bill.
Dave will look into it, okay, Lynn?
I know.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay, so do we have any other questions? If not, I'd like to entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion. So move to approve the modification of the budget appropriating the 310,000 and receive and file a report.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion. I have a second. Erica, will you do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Larson,
Yes.
Councilmember Edmonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Villaseñor,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCall,
Yes.
Mayor Alston,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 8E, consideration to approve the upgrade to the City Council Chambers cablecast system technology and the addition of live stream meeting on Facebook and YouTube. And I assume I'm going to turn it over to Patrick or Erica, one of the two.
I'll be taking the presentation and then Patrick is here in case there are any questions and to add on.
Okay.
So we are requesting that in an effort to improve and support the city's PEG channel, the City Council authorize the purchase of additional equipment to upgrade the City Council Chambers cablecast video system and support the city's PEG channel with up-to-date equipment that will better enable the live streaming of our meetings via Facebook, YouTube, using the public, educational, and governmental access, commonly referred as PEG funds. As we know, we have been streaming our meetings for about a year now, and due to the pandemic. And in the past couple of months, we've noticed that we have had limited options to provide more than one platform for the public to access our meetings. And therefore, we are asking for some of the equipment to be upgraded. Some of the hardware and services of the proposed scope of work that we're requesting is to replace all standard definition broadcast cameras with HD cameras. It is important to note that the cameras that we currently have are around 10 years old. To upgrade the video switcher of the to an HD capable system, the current video switcher is approximately 13 years old. We are also requesting to implement a Vimeo premium subscription service, which will help us capture the audio video and also encoding it to multiple platforms simultaneously. This is considered a capital improvement program. And then we'll also want to enhance the online video clarity and improve the signal quality for the computer feed into the council chamber so that the audio and the quality of the Zoom display is a lot better. The fiscal impact is $20,601 as a one-time hardware cost, which will be covered from the PEG account if authorized by you tonight. And we're also asking for $975. This would be a recurrent fixed cost yearly, and that would be covered under the council chambers improvement fund that we have. This does meet the City Council's goal to citizens engagement. And we're recommending for you tonight to approve the purchase of the proposed technology. And Patrick and myself are available if you have any questions or comments.
Any questions?
I have a couple questions, actually. Does Channel 10 still exist?
Yes.
Okay, so we still broadcast the meetings and replay them on Channel 10.
Correct.
Okay. And then the other thing that I wanted to find out about is when we switched over to Granicus, it kind of allows us, I thought that it allowed us a little bit more flexibility as far as recording and broadcasting. Could that give us any ability to kind of backfill in what we're talking about or save us some money?
Eric, I can answer some of
Yeah.
that. Sure. So what we're proposing here is really kind of a twofold thing. The first and most important thing is to replace old equipment, and that equipment really limits our ability to provide a clear broadcast. Everything looks great as we look at it here on Zoom, but once we get back into the council chambers, we do have standard definition cameras that are rather old, and when you see that broadcast on Channel 10, it results in a very fuzzy image. The other difficulty that we have is the presentations. If you've been at home and watched council, it's very difficult to make out the detail on the maps or anything like that we display. So by improving some of this equipment, it'll result in a better broadcast for those at home. Right now, we are broadcasting using a device that was provided by, at the time, Time Warner Cable many, many years ago. It's probably well over 15 years old, believe it or not. And that's a standard definition device. And of course, now we have HD and beyond that's out there. So by replacing that equipment, it will definitely increase the quality of the broadcast. Secondarily, the other thing we're looking to do is make this broadcast available in more than one way. So right now we utilize Zoom to broadcast the meetings to YouTube. We're exploring the ability to broadcast to Twitter and Facebook and some other stuff. It will not replace Granicus, but it'll be an additional avenue for people to tune in. Another option potentially would be, again, still replacing the equipment, upgrading, but really leveraging some of those other social media platforms to redirect our residents to a single place like Granicus. Granicus certainly is a one-stop shop for agendas and minutes and all that stuff, but we still have the need to actually replace. If anything, it just increases our capabilities by doing all this stuff.
Great, thank you.
And if I could also add real quickly, this is Tiffany Israel, the city attorney. The funding regulations are still very antiquated, and they relate to broadcasting and TV because it's a tax on the TV companies. So if it was just equipment that we'd be using for streaming on the web, we actually wouldn't be able to use the money for that. So until those regulations are updated for the times, we definitely need to keep the TV channel happening as well.
Okay. Any other questions?
I had a comment more than that. I think whatever that we can do to increase access and provide clear feed to everyone, I think that's all the better. I think I know I've gotten feedback from residents that who would never have shown up in the council meeting or maybe tune into channel 10, but are able to watch now through the Facebook feed or on YouTube. And so I think that's really important. And I know it's not part of the motion here, but I'd like to bring it back and again, make sure that we continue to have our Spanish language as much as we can. If we can move towards simulcast. And I was not aware, but I think Erica, you clarify that we do have an interpreter here, but that interpreter needs to be requested. But again, I think we're paying for an interpreter here, and it might be a different what do you call it? Amount of payment that if this interpreter was to actually do a simulcast. But I think we need to revisit that because again, we should be reaching out to our Spanish speaking community. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Any other comments? Any questions? I'd like to entertain a motion.
I'll move that we approve staff's recommended actions.
Motion, do I have a second?
This is Ari, I second.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
that's okay.
Okay. I have Ari from second, and Erica, will you do a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Larson,
Yes.
Councilmember Villaseñor,
Yes.
Councilmember Edmonds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCall,
Yes.
Mayor Austin,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, we're moving on to item number 8F. City Council discussion of whether to open the Rio Vista Park detention basin, which is currently closed from October through April. I'm going to turn it over to staff.
Mayor, I'll be stepping on this one as well since I live in the area, and Erica and we'll be handling this one.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We are requesting, actually, you requested on March 9th, on the meeting of March 9th, for staff to bring back this discussion item on opening the Rio Vista Park Detention Basin area each day to public during the months of October through April. The current policy is to keep the basin area closed from October through April during the rainy season to minimize the risk of potential injury to members of the public and minimize the city liability. As we know, the detention basin ponds are traditionally dry except during the rainy weather, when water creates a pond, and are used to help control and manage the water. So they are technically stormwater collection basins designed to capture, temporarily hold, or gradually release stormwater runoff back into the ground to recharge groundwater sources while preventing a flood. California Building Code Section 3109.2 and related state laws require a man-made body of water with a depth of 18 inches or more to be fenced hence, this is why the basin retention detention area exists, and that's why it's closed. Per city council direction, we actually discussed this item with our city insurer, which is California Joint Powers Insurance Authority. And we pretty much discussed this information with them. And they did recommend leaving the detention basin area closed following the current policy that we have had in place. Reason of that being is because by opening the area, if someone were to get injured in the area during the months that historically in our past practice has been to keep it closed, that could create a potential scenario where a constituent could argue that the city was already on notice and that we used to have that as a past practice, and that used to be our historical measures that were taken. So there could be potential injury if there's a lot of water. It could create like a trip and fall. And so depending on any potential dangerous conditions, the city council can choose on how flexible you would like to be in managing this area. Some of the concerns would be how quickly does this basin fills up without warnings. Opening or closing the catch basin during the rainy seasons could pose also some maintenance issues. If the grass was just drained and it gets muddy, then people running there could potentially tear up the turf. And so from a liability standpoint, the grass may conceal the muddiness underneath and create a trap for the inattentive person to potentially have a trip and fall, and then that would fall on our liability. I know that we do have dry winters, and that may be a reason why you may want to discuss it. But this is our recommendation. If you decide to change the policy, there would be a fiscal impact. That fiscal impact would total $2,500, which would be for purchasing about 10 signs that we would have to put up. And then there would be a second cost, which would be the annual repair damage to the grass. We are not sure how much that cost would entail. You do have the alternative to modify the months of the catch basin retention detention center, the policy, and then install the signs, or just go with the recommendation that we're providing you. Tim Kars, who's our senior risk analyst with JPIA, is also here. And so if you have any questions, we're both available to answer those.
Great. Do you have any questions from council? Go
I don't
ahead,
know.
Lynn, or Diane, or whoever.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Oh, well, since I was the one to ask this forward, I thought it best that I bring forward some issues that I have. I was here when Pole Creek flooded before we had that whole thing there, and that El Dorado was evacuated because the water went over. And since then, that I think that catch basin is essential. But it is easy to see if the water's, so if we see any increase in water, it would be very easy to close it. And my question I'm glad there's a person here to talk about the insurance, because if we have the insurance in the dry period, and if someone is playing soccer or their dog bites someone or whatever it is that happens there where someone is injured, even if they slip and fall on a rock or the grass, I assume we have insurance for that. And I would assume that same insurance carries throughout the year. My suggestion, and I would assume we have signs saying this is your liability somewhere, anywhere. And I remember when I went to a graduation in June and we had a heavy rain, and so we had to go into the auditorium. So our rainy season changes, it's variable. And so I think it'd be quite easy to know that if it's raining, you close it, or if it's potentially raining even, you close it and you keep it closed until it's truly dry, maybe 2 weeks after rain. And if there's intermittent rain, you keep it closed. And if you have, like we do, a really long dry period, then you can open it and there should be no liability. At least that's my practical thought. So can you respond to that?
Well, if we, obviously it's going to be your recommendation, but the rest of the city council, we can go ahead and modify the policy if you like to. It is best practice to have a policy written on what we are going, the direction that you would like for us to take, just so that there is not that potential liability of the past practice. In addition to that, yes, we can put signage so that, you know, it can potentially reduce a risk that may be coming our way if someone has a trip and fall.
But wouldn't that be logical year-round regardless?
I think what we're trying to recommend is that we have an actual policy, like for the specific months, just so that we have it more infirm rather than just going with like, oh, okay, well, this weekend is raining. And then there's just a little bit more area of having human error from staff and then an actual claim coming through. Tim, I don't know if you want to add anything, feel free to.
Thank you very much, Erica, and thank you, Councilmember and Edmonds, for your comments. I think they do make sense. On our end, we pay attention to the city's practices, their best practices, their past practices. And if there is a policy, whether it's written or unwritten, to keep a certain area closed for certain reasons, for in this particular case, in the rainy months, we recommend you stick with that. Now, if you're going to change that, I want to mirror Erica's staff report where she mentioned that the council does have the ability to be flexible here as long as there's action taken to determine how you're going to manage the area going forward. And in those particular cases, the California JPIA would support the city as best we can in the event of a particular claim. And as you mentioned, we would recommend signage saying use at your own risk, to et cetera, and to have some kind of a monitoring system to make sure, as you said, that it would be closed when there might be a potentially dangerous condition.
Mm-hmm. Well, I just got so many calls from people that love it and use it and live in the area or don't live in the area and find that is a safe place and a wonderful place because it's enclosed to walk their dogs, assuming they clean up after themselves, which I have not heard a complaint about. So it's primarily walking and dog, and our dog park is closed, so they are supposed to be closed. So that is the issue that many people have, and they have a hard time understanding when it's dry for 3 solid months that we can't open it at all. So, and I know it's not really set for soccer, but they play soccer there, and it's not set for baseball, but they play baseball there. So I'm not sure what we feel, but that's my recommendation, is that we do that.
Any other comments, questions by council?
I have a couple comments. You know, I understand this is a very unusual year in all aspects of our life. You know, we've gotten practically no rain. We're all locked down from COVID. We're wanting to get out of the house. But my main concern about this is we have a lot of other parks with open area. I am still of the mindset that we need to have a policy that doesn't encumber our staff. Gee, if it's raining, go and lock the gate. Okay, are they going to get to it? Are they going to do it? You know, to me, this isn't just something that's you're going to fall and sprain your ankle or break your leg. It could result in the death of a child who, you know, children can drown in just a few inches of water. Its main purpose is a retention basin. That is its purpose. It's to collect the water and put it back into our groundwater. So I understand how people would look at it and say, well, it's dry. Why would you have it closed? But I still agree with having a policy in place. And I'm still the mindset that, you know, October through April, when is typically our wet season, is to keep it closed. I think it's a protection for the city that, you know, we need to take seriously. We don't want somebody going down there and, you know, we know how kids are, They go down and get into the middle of things, and then we're having to fix the grass every year. I just think, even, with the JPIA's comments, I really just think that, for me, I'm open to keeping it closed. I think we need to stick with that. But
Christine, Ari?
Well, my main concern is safety of our community. So I agree with Diane because it is open. It seems like we are being flexible. There's part of the time when it's open and then parts of the time when it's where we might have some rain where it's not safe or could be problematic. So I say leave it as is.
I have a question actually responding. I'm not responding, but questioning what about. So if it rains in June, what do we do? Because it does sometimes. It did. We had to go indoors for graduation. How do we handle raining in June?
If there were to be an event in June that was out of the ordinary, and we know that it's going to be like, a couple of days that will rain, we would keep an eye on it and then follow, the good process of if the water goes above 18 inches, and we would work with Public Works and direct staff to close it, just, out of caution.
Okay. And a follow-up question to that, Erica. Don't they open the bathroom doors the bathrooms and shut them every day in Rio Vista Park?
They do open the bathrooms, yes.
And which department covers that?
It's a combination. Typically it's facilities. We have 2 staff members for facilities that they handle everything. And sometimes if facilities, we have one person off, then Public Works, jumps in. But needless to say, we do have a very small team in Public Works handling the entire city. And I think that would pose a little. Yes.
Okay, thank you for those. I'd like to have, see Diane, Mark, and Christina. Can you share your thoughts?
My thoughts are exactly the same as Diane's and Ari's.
There's no
I believe that we have a policy in place. It's the policy we've been living by, and I don't believe we should change it. That's my opinion.
Well, then I won't make the motion because clearly it won't pass. So.
Yeah. Well, I too think that to follow the recommendation of staff on this one. But I do think that we could do something regarding communication. If you're getting a bunch of calls, Lynn, from folks in that area, perhaps we can send out a letter to them and just explain. If it hasn't been explained, there's a lot. Communication goes far. Explaining the reasons why. That may be very helpful. And then as a council, just thinking again, bigger picture here about our dog park not being up to code, I think we do need to look, I've been talking about the budget today, it's on my mind, but redouble our efforts, right? To try and get the dog park and try and get the nearby, Rio Vista up to par. We were talking about the bike path connection there where we had that little gap. Been working with Kevin and his team on that. So, again, maybe we could put a letter together explaining this, and if we can come up with our plan as a city to help people access during the rainy season, the parks that are accessible. That's
that would be a side committee to come back to the city, I guess.
Yeah.
And actually, it's a lot of people that are not in that area, so it'd have to be a general statement to the community, not just the people living in that area. There's a lot of people living in that other side of the highway.
I will bring it up with the city manager and Erica.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
As being the mayor, I'll bring it up as some way we can get out to the community.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
that'd be helpful.
And also maybe we could look at how to improve the dog park so people can use it.
Right, and I've been approached about using the detention basin as the dog park, and I've been trying to explain to him exactly what we're trying to talk about here is we can't. I mean, we can't use it as a dog park.
So then we need to say what we can use, and that's the issue.
Right, and I think that we're going to discuss the dog park probably fairly soon,
Okay.
of which way we want to go with that dog park. I mean, it's just an issue that's going to come back, and we'll be discussing it.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mark.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
And thank you, council. Thank you, Erica and JP.
Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion that we do nothing, leave this as is.
Okay, I'd like a second. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion. I have a second. Erica, would you do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Larson,
Yes.
Councilmember Villaseñor,
Yes.
Councilmember Edmonds,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem McCall,
Yes.
Mayor Austin,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 8G, appointments to the Park and Recreation Commission.
Thank you,
Erica?
Mayor. That's mine.
Yeah.
We are asking for City Council to approve one commissioner and one student commissioner. The ad hoc interview committee from City Council, which is technically composed from Mayor Austin and Mayor Pro Tem McCall, spent a couple of evenings interviewing all qualified candidates. And they are recommending City Council to approve Dr. Giselle Teller to fill the one vacant commission position through June 30th of 2022. And student Evan Alamillo for a one-year term of student commissioner, which has a term also through June 30th of 2022. And pursuant the applicable laws, Mayor Mark Austin recommends the appointment of both commissioners. I'm here to answer any questions.
And I'd just like to say that we got a lot of applicants on this, didn't we, Diane? And we got a lot of good applicants, and it wasn't an easy decision. I mean, we had to struggle with who we were going to choose. So I hope that those people that applied for Parks and Recreation commissioners will come back and apply for other positions in the city, because it's the same thing that happened with us with Planning Commission. We ended up with a ton of applicants in Planning Commission, a ton of qualified people, and we had to turn some of them away. So, I mean, it's just the way it works out sometimes.
I have a question, Mayor Austin.
Yeah.
Did I read correctly that there are 2 youth positions and that only one is filled? Is that accurate?
Yes, there's one, I believe, that was already filled, that we were only appointing one of the 2. I believe there's Erica gave me the numbers of what positions we needed to fill. And so I think that's where we were at last time, right, Erica?
Correct.
So we have 2 students.
We have 2 student
Correct.
commissioners right now.
Having worked with a lot of youth and adolescents, it has always surprised me at how intelligent they are and how often they do a better job of evaluating issues than adults having to do with recreation issues. And I would suggest that the committee revisit, I don't know who can make this decision, that they should be allowed to vote. Because if there are 7 commissioners, that means there are 5 adults, and that would only be 2 kids, so that 2 youth cannot sway the entire thing. And
I believe,
I'd like to suggest that.
I believe they're not allowed to vote because they're not 18 years old at the point, usually. I meant they can be, and I don't know what the age requirement is, but that's what I believe. I mean, I don't know if they can, I don't know. Erica?
Well, if I could answer, this is Tiffany Israel. The municipal code does say that they're non-voting members, so the council would need to change the code to allow that. I think their ages are like 12 to 19, something like that, per the code.
But don't they have to file a disclosure also?
Form 700?
Yes.
Probably.
But they could. They don't. Theirs would look like mine. Well, it would be something that council could consider because it would really show respect for the youth. And I think would add to people wanting to be involved. Not that we're lacking that right now, which is wonderful, but we can
Okay.
discuss that another time.
Okay. So I'm entertaining a motion.
I'll recommend to approve the positions that were recommended by the mayor and the committee.
I have a second. I have a motion, a second. Erica, will you do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Larson,
Yes.
Councilmember Villaseñor,
Yes.
Councilmember Edmonds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCall,
Yes.
Mayor Austin,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 8H. We're starting to get through the agenda, people.
Oh.
8H, consideration of the 2020 annual progress report for the status of the city general plan housing element. I think that's Brian, isn't it?
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor Austin and City Council. This item is for your consideration of the 2020 annual progress report in implementing the city's general plan housing element. The topic of the year, right? The annual progress report is submitted to the California Department of Housing and Community Development and also the Governor's Office of Planning and Research. Cities and counties are required to submit the annual progress report on forms provided by the Department of Housing and Community Development. Our housing element has a horizon of between years 2013 and 2021, and the housing goals are based on the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or the RHNA report from the Southern California Association of Governments. And our housing element includes goals for various income levels of affordability of housing, very low, low, and moderate income. And our housing element is certified in that it does provide enough housing sites to meet all of our targeted housing goals. We have a lot of housing that's in various phases of development between permitting and occupancy. So the report is consistent with what's required by the HCD and was submitted to the state. So staff's recommendation is to request that the City Council receive and file the 2020 annual progress report on the housing element. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question. Oh, I think
Okay.
Mark said yes. Okay. Thank you, Brian.
Sure.
I know you responded to a couple of questions earlier today regarding things that can be incorporated into the current housing element. For the comprehensive housing conditions survey, which I think was part of the plan to happen before we started the new sixth cycle of the housing element, do you need a motion or some direction from City Council to have that incorporated into the housing element? That's one. And then also looking at identifying some funding for these programs. I noticed that in the progress report, there's like a dozen or so really innovative, neat programs. One of them, let me just open up my book here. Let's see here, demolition assistance, developing affordable housing units for persons with special needs. Let's see here, preparing and disseminating information about affordable housing. So there's all these different programs that if we had, more funding available and resources, we would be able to make part of our program. So that's the question. Can we get that incorporated into the housing element? And do you need direction or any kind of action from council to do that?
We do have a consultant, Kimberly Horn, who's working on the current update to the housing element, and it is based on grant funding. So I think the grant funding fully covers their scope of work at this point. We would probably reach out to them to provide an additional or amended scope of work to include all those items that you're discussing. So those are definitely considerable for this consultant, and we would chat with them. And if the cost can be rolled into the current contract, we'll do that, or we'll bring it back to you.
Okay, great. So the follow-up then is to have that, for staff to have that discussion with Kimberly Horn and come back to us if more action's needed.
Yeah, we'll give you a detail on what the new scope of work will be, the amended contract.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion to receive and file.
Do we need a motion on receive and file?
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a motion. I have a second. Erica, do I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Larson,
Yes.
Councilmember Villaseñor,
Yes.
Councilmember Edmonds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCall,
Yes.
Mayor Austin,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 8I, public hearing request to continue the public hearing to April 30th, 2021 for a project located at the northeast corner of Mountain View and Santa Clara Street.
Mayor Austin, you said till April 30th. Is it April 27th?
April 27th. I'm getting delirious at this point. I would have done it when I opened the public hearing and continued it. I'd have done it correct then.
Mr. Mayor, that's my item, and you pretty much gave the report. We're seeking a continuance to April 27th.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to open the public hearing and continue it to April 27th, 2021. Is that all we need to do, Tiffany?
No, we need a motion and a vote, please.
Okay.
Thank
Can I
you.
entertain a motion?
Okay, I move that we move this to the next meeting of April 27th, 2021.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second. Ari Larson.
I have a motion. I have a second. Erica, will you do a roll call, please? Erica?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was speaking and I was muted. Councilmember Edmonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Villaseñor,
Yes.
Councilmember Larson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCall,
Yes.
Mayor Austin,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 8J, agreement with California Consulting for grant writing services.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, we're asking City Council to approve and authorize the mayor to enter into a contract with California Consulting to provide grant writing services for the city of Fillmore. California Consulting has been around since 2004 and have worked with numerous cities throughout the state of California. We had a prior relationship with them and did a couple of grants for us. But we're looking to use them again. We have identified a park grant that we should be able to use for Two Rivers Park. We've done some initial outreach with them that we could get into with that. In addition, we've identified some rubberized playground, removed the wood chips at the playgrounds, put in a rubberized base. We can get that covered. We'd have to pay for the installation aspect of it. So we're looking at that as well, and we'd be eligible to receive up to $150,000 with that program itself. So we were asking tonight to have this approved. Once it's approved, we'll work with California Consulting on both of those grant applications. We anticipate we may spend up to $25,000 throughout the next fiscal year and this year. If additional grants do come up that we are interested in, we can have them work on that up to that $25,000 cost. They do charge us by the award of the grant. There's a breakdown of that. So for example, if the grant amount request is over $250,000, they would charge us between $9,000 and $12,000 depending on the difficulty of the application that they would go after. So tonight, again, we're asking for approval to authorize a contract for the mayor to sign an agreement with California Consulting.
Any questions for staff?
No questions. I think it's great. I'm excited to work with somebody again.
Lynn?
I agree. I think it's wonderful. And there's so many grants out there that we could be using, and if they're good at it. I also want to state I've written many grants and I never got paid this amount, so I was being underpaid.
Agreed. I think it's great. Thank you.
Okay. And then with that, I'd like to entertain a motion then.
I move that we approve the contract and authorize mayor to sign the agreement with California Consulting.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second it.
I have a motion. I have a second. Erica, will you do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Larson,
Yes.
Councilmember Villaseñor, Councilmember
I'm sorry.
Villaseñor,
Yes, that's a yes.
Councilmember Edmonds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCall,
Yes.
Mayor Austin,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 8K, consideration and discussion of a proposed language for the two items of the city's 2021 legislative platform.
Thank you, Mayor. At your March 9th City Council meeting, you adopted your legislative platform, and then you directed the Legislative Ad Hoc Committee, which composed of Council Member Edmonds and Council Member Larson, to work on two final wordsmithings of a couple of items. Discussion item number one, the current language said support legislation that addresses occupancy levels and strengthens a local government's ability to reduce overcrowding in residential housing. The suggested revision reads, support legislation that addresses occupancy levels and strengthens a local government's ability to manage residential housing numbers while ensuring that affordable housing is available when needed. The other discussion item, the current is a new 1-2R legislative platform. The suggestion is support funding and legislation for food waste diversion and food recovery that facilitates compliance with SB 1383 and/or retaining local benefits of waste diversion and composting by keeping these operations local when possible. There is no fiscal impact. Staff is recommending, and the ad hoc committee is recommending we adopt the language, and the alternatives is do not make any changes to the current legislative platform. Once this is completed, we will put them into the overall platform, get the platform put together, put up on our website, and we'll also give copies to everybody from the city council as well.
Okay, do I have any questions from staff? I meant for staff from council.
I have a quick question on number one, and that is, I mean, we go into manage residential housing numbers. What kind of burden does that put on the city to manage residential housing numbers?
I think this is for us to either write letters in support or against of the legislation that may come down, depending on what it is in terms of the numbers. The initial aspect was to ensure that we didn't have numerous family members in a single family home, 10 to 15 families live in there. That was the initial discussion. And if it comes on a state side for local governments to help monitor that, to reduce it, if you will, we'd be in support of that to make sure that there is still affordable housing available for those who need to have housing.
I like that. I guess the word manage to me is an actionable word, and I just don't want us to, it feels a little all-encompassing. They manage for me, and I'm just wordsmithing at this point, but I just want to make sure that, it's clear what that means to manage and in what way. So that's my comment.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. Seeing none, I'd like to entertain a motion.
Well, question for Diane, do you have a suggestion of changing that wording?
Well, that's a good question. I'm sorry.
Your dog's going to answer it for us?
The vocabulary isn't very nice.
And then one gets going and the other one gets going. Hold on, let me shut the door. I mean, I'm good with what we're trying to do. I'm good with that. Just the word manage, could it be? I mean, is it oversee? Is it? I mean, because before it was our ability to reduce overcrowding, but that's giving us an ability. So we're not saying, it's not an actual item as to what we have to do, but manage is something that you do hands-on, in my opinion. That's kind of how that reads. So
You like
Diane, how do
handle?
you feel about explore?
that's good, because that give, I mean, that's not pigeonholing us into something that, you know, we have to manpower, you know what I mean? So explore is good. I'm good with what we're trying to do. That's, you know,
Okay, is everybody good with explore?
I like that word better. I like explore.
that's good. I like it. I'm good with
Okay,
that.
okay. Then we're
Yeah.
gonna switch that, Dave, to explore. Okay,
Okay. Yep.
and with that, I'd like to entertain a motion.
Okay.
So
So
all,
moved.
go ahead.
I was just going to say so moved with that change of the word to explore.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion, I have a second. Erica, will you do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Larson,
Here, yes.
Councilmember Villaseñor,
Yes.
Councilmember Edmonds,
Yes.
Mayor Pretend McCall,
Yes.
Mayor Austin.
I think we're all getting delirious. Yes.
Motion passes. You're muted.
I'll start all over again. We'll move to number 8L, approve the 2021 Ventura County Animal Service Level. Wait a minute, I'm confused. 8M.
No, it's
8M.
No.
8L.
8L?
Yep.
Yes.
I've got them mislabeled on my paper over here, that's why. 8L, approve the 2021 Ventura County Animal Service Level.
Thank you, Mayor.
Request.
The city of Fillmore contracts with the Ventura County Animal Services for all of the animal sheltering and field services, licensing, processing, and related services for residents of the city. The city and the Ventura County Animal Services entered into an agreement back in 2018 at a cost to not exceed $133,855. And then that cost for the 2019-2020 fiscal year agreement was $101,787. Difference there was because there was a change in formula. And so last year, City Council approved for us to enter into a 5-year agreement. And each year we have to have City Council approve the service level request and authorize the city manager to sign that. For this upcoming fiscal year, our cost would be $128,419. And again, the increase is based upon the formula that we're in a pool, so we're participating with other 8 cities. And we have a formula of a 3-year weighted average. And that's how our funds are calculated, our portion is calculated. Although for this year, our actual numbers are a little bit lower than usual. We have been getting an increase in the past month or so. And it's just most likely because of COVID, and COVID has impacted. More homeowners are at home. Therefore, the additional service calls that we received towards the end of the month, once our minutes or like calls have expired, haven't been as much as usual, but I'm starting to see an influx on those calls. You know, there's a dog that ran away, or, you know, there's nuisances, the dog is barking, and those type of things are starting to increase with the residents going back to work and the animals staying at home. And we're requesting for City Council to approve the 2021-2022 budget amount, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff?
I have a couple questions real quick. I mean, I'll keep it quick, but I'm looking at the numbers right here, and basically the new number of 128,400 is 26.15% higher than the 2019-2020. So do we know do we have any sense over the next 5 years, because we're signing a 5-year contract, where this is going to go?
So the average weighted was, I believe it was 3% that they were going to start increasing over a 5-year term, if I recall correctly.
Okay.
Yeah, here, I found it. It's on page 2 of the actual original agreement that was approved last year. So the 3-year weighted average will be calculated. So if that 50% of the rate is based on the city's previous calendar year, and it's like a pro rata animal intake percentage.
Okay.
And then they're actually dividing that by 25% of the rate. So that's kind of where they're coming up with the numbers. And because we're a pool and we're kind of sharing that with the other cities, that's where the increase is coming from.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm on this board and it's kind of a strange board because the budget doesn't go before the members. They keep their budget to themselves. You don't really get any input, although we're the ones footing the bill for this. Throughout the years, a lot of the cities that are in the pool have been hurt tremendously over the increases that they've been passing out. Obviously, I want to just make sure that we keep on top of this. We're signing a 5-year contract. So I think the last contract we did was 2 years or something. We did something shorter just to get through. So I just want to make sure that we're keeping this in mind as we budget so that we're not going to fall, into a deficit part here with these guys.
Council members, if I could interject for a second, this is only about the level of service for the next fiscal year. We're not signing a new contract with them. We entered the new contract last year and it has a 5-year term.
Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you for that clarification then. Okay.
You're welcome.
I have a question, Mayor.
Okay.
I've been to the post office 5 times in the last month, and each time a different person is in front of me complaining they didn't get their mail because the postal service stopped delivery because there were dogs in the area, and they aren't delivering the mail anymore because those dogs appeared to be vicious and they were loose. Now, does the post office, Diane, you're on the committee, does the post office report that, or is that up to the residents about it?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, they don't really address that. I imagine the post office could report it.
I think that would be the best.
They'll take reports from anyone. They don't care who it's coming from. So I don't know what the post office policy is.
Okay, I don't either.
No.
But it seemed a shame to me that they're not getting the mail because someone else's dog is causing problems.
Yeah.
I kind of remember when I first got on the council with Diane, and we had a significant jump in the contract. It was almost doubled, and we were just going.
Right.
So we've worked through that. I mean, I think the little bit that we're going to get now from here on out, we should be able to work through budget wise.
Yeah. Okay. And that's good.
Any other comments? Any other questions? Okay, with that, I'd like to entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the staff's recommended action.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I second. Oh, go ahead, Christine.
Okay.
I have a second. Erica, would you roll call, please?
Councilmember Larson,
Yes.
Councilmember Edmonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Villaseñor,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCall,
Yes.
Mayor Austin,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 8M, consideration of a license agreement for a COVID-19 test kiosk and on city property.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, we're asking City Council to approve a license agreement with 360 Clinic, Inc. for the operation of a COVID-19 testing kiosk on city property for free for COVID-19 testing. Ventura County has contracted with 360 Clinic, Inc. to provide and administer tests to detect COVID-19 to members of the public at no cost to the person being tested. To accomplish this, 360 Clinic will install temporary kiosks on public property at various locations around Ventura County. In our handout, we do show a picture what the kiosk will look like. We are recommending to have a location at the city park along Main Street between Fillmore Street and Saratoga Street, which was shown in the exhibit in your packet tonight. In addition to that, you have your license agreement. The hours would be 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., but they may be adjusted depending by the parties in terms of the hours that's needed. Maybe have it later in the afternoon or earlier in the morning, depending on that. But they are going to be coming out here. If it's approved tonight, they would start tomorrow to get that going as soon as possible. Because the kiosk will provide a benefit to the city's residents, businesses, and visitors, the license agreement is proposed at no cost to 360 Clinic. The city does not anticipate incurring any cost connection with the license agreement. So we're recommending them to waive that any type of fee. And we're recommending the city council approve the license agreement and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. Once that's done, we have a DocuSign document. We'll get that done, get them out to them, and they will get out here as soon as possible to start testing, as I mentioned earlier today.
Any questions for staff?
Mayor, I do. I have a question or a comment. I think it's a great idea, and I'm glad to have them out. But the location, it's a little back there on not Santa Clara, on Main Street. Is there a reason why not sort of further up on Central, so that way you get the Central Avenue traffic, especially the cars that may be coming and going? They just may not see it back where I think it's being proposed.
Yeah, they want to be near restrooms and also put some power out there. So they want to have the availability for that. And so that's a location on our property that we could provide.
Okay. Mayor, we do have a public comment for this item. I just wanted to let you know.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from staff?
No.
Okay, we'll go ahead and read we can go ahead and read the public
I'm
comment.
actually gonna bring the residentials the other side. So 1 second, please. Miss Sutton, Diane? Diane? You see her. Diane Sutton. Let me.
Erica, I can see her on the screen. I mean, I can see the name on the screen, but she looks like she's muted.
Hold on just a second. Let me try to. I don't think you're muted though. Here, I'm asking you to unmute.
There you go.
You're welcome.
Okay, Ms. Sutton. She must be gone again.
You're unmuted now, so you should be able to speak. Diane?
Tiffany, if we can't hear public comments, do we just move on?
I think unfortunately we're gonna have to.
Okay.
If we can't remedy it.
Okay. Erica, tell me when you can't remedy it.
Could Miss Sutton write in the chat?
I don't see her in the chat either.
There's a little sign saying she's connecting to audio.
Yeah, she's reconnecting back, so.
Okay, Mayor, I'm asking her if she can use the chat. Okay. Tiffany?
I guess
Tiffany?
we're
Is she
gonna,
there?
yeah, I guess we're just going to have to move on.
Okay, the resident is asking, she's gonna most likely type it and send it in. And then she was asking if we could read it later once she sends it in.
Tiffany?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
We'll do
Then
that then.
we'll move on to, with that, I'd like to move for an approval on this item. A motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second Ari Larson.
I have a motion. I have a second. Erica, will you do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Larson,
Yes.
Councilmember Edmonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Villaseñor,
Yes.
Councilmember McCall, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem McCall,
Yes.
Mayor Austin,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 8N, City Council discussion, the key results area from the goal setting workshop. Make any additions or subtractions to the goals and adopt the key result areas as the City Council's 2021 goals. With that, I'd like to turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Mayor. As mentioned, we're asking the City Council to discuss your key results areas from your goal session and workshop that we had, to make any additions and or subtractions to the goals listed under each topic area, to finalize and adopt the City Council's 2021 goals. As many of you are aware, it's been several years since we have adopted specific goals for City Council. We did a 2-weekend retreat on Saturday, January 30th, 2021, and Saturday, February 6th, 2021. The retreat was broadcast and webcast as public meetings that included city staff and residents of Fillmore who participated via Zoom, and the retreat covered items over a 2-day period. The KRAs were developed at the retreat, and they're less of a focus on specific projects, but more an overarching theme to kind of put us in the right scenario to take a look at. And some of the areas that I have specific goals under them, and we discussed it at the retreat, that we don't have to have goals under each and every one of them, but we will still focus on those areas as we move forward. There was no fiscal impact into adopting the key results areas. So today, staff will recommend the City Council approve and adopt the key results areas. Alternatives from that are direct staff to develop additional goals under the KRAs, or do not approve the KRAs, which are the key results areas and goals. Attached to the staff report are the items from the goal setting retreat listed for you. The areas and goals, I'll read the areas of focus: was fiscal management, public safety, economic development and innovation, natural resources, arts and culture, smart growth, community affordability, community engagement and communication, infrastructure, and organizational excellence. And several of those have specific goals under them to help out with the key area. And others don't have anything underneath them, but have a definition. As an example, so fiscal management. We are good stewards of the public's tax dollars by ensuring the long-term financial stability of the city of Fillmore government. So with that, I'll entertain any questions that the city council may have on your key areas.
Any questions for Dave?
I have a couple of suggestions for edits under the key result areas, under the couple of bullet points, if I can say them.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So for under public safety, I would like to add on to that first bullet, continuing examining the evolving definition of public safety within our community and pursuing actions that enable its realization, comma, such as looking at potential partnerships between law enforcement and mental health professionals. So that's one. The second, under C, economic development. Let's see here. I'm adding another bullet, utilizing, again, going back to the American Rescue Plan funds for infrastructure, such as broadband. Again, that helping with the economic development. Under D, natural resources, adding a bullet point that we will, as a city, support the Fillmore Piru Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency's sustainability plan when it does get finalized sometime early this fall. And that if the sustainability agency needs a letter sent to the Department of Water Resources in support, that we would consider that doing that as a city. And under E, for arts and culture, let's see here. A second bullet, supporting community arts and beautification projects. Those are my edits.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
We were very careful to make it inclusive and general, but I mean, have general topics rather than specific. So the item on supporting people's self-help housing stood out as the isolated, independent, very specific. I wondered, I don't remember doing that. Clearly I did, but why did we point that out specific? Not that I disapprove, I really like people's self-help housing, but I wondered why that was come forward as a specific item.
I think that was, we brought up for the discussion at city council at the time, that was the project that we're currently working on in terms of affordable housing and affordability. And we was to highlight it to complete the review process. That was part of the discussion we had at that point in time.
In that case, would it be better to put in a support and work with affordable housing groups so that it becomes more general?
I would appreciate that. I don't want there to be any due process problems with a project that hasn't been approved yet.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. So, and then the other one is, in the newspaper had an article on Thousand Oaks and how they changed everything. I'm not suggesting we change, but this didn't have the mission statement on it. It just had the action items. And I really liked our mission statement that talked about inclusive community. So I'd like to put that at the top.
So Dave, with those edits, are you gonna have to need to bring this back to us?
No, I can make the edits. We'll watch the tape and make sure we get them all correct, put them on there, and then we'll get it all good to go. If everybody's happy with that, approve it with those edits, we can make it happen. Or I bring it back.
Diane.
I just want to jump in because, the part on public safety and working with mental health and whatever, I mean, I think it's important to note that we contract our police services. So I want to be careful of what we're saying in there. And I didn't quite catch what Christina said or what that comment was exactly.
The comment is to the first, the only bullet is continue examining the evolving definition of public safety within our community and pursuing actions that enable its realization. And then it was to give an example, such as looking into partnerships between, maybe you can use different words, encouraging partnerships between law enforcement and mental health professionals, or looking at models that have been taking place between law enforcement and mental health professional. I think Santa Paula is actually doing something.
Okay, but Santa Paula's police department is their own, we contract. So I think that's getting into an area that we don't necessarily control specifically. I mean, we have a contract and you know what I mean? It's their services, it's not our specific services, where Santa Paula makes sense. That's their services. They actually hire, pay for, and do that. So I don't know that that belongs.
I see what you're saying.
I understand where you're going.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's above what our mission and what our city scope would be.
What our ability is.
Okay.
Through a contract. Okay. Lynn, or okay, I know, I understand. I see what you mean, that it is a contract. So I guess then my idea is to encourage our police department, our sheriffs to do something to look into that. That would be something that we would move forward as a council, sort of like to make a motion for them to ask them to look into that.
See, I'm not comfortable with changing that necessarily. I mean, this is our city stuff, and I understand where you're going with that.
Mm-hmm.
I think they know where we're going with that. Obviously, we're having community discussions about that, but incorporating something so specific, I don't know it belongs. I mean, obviously, we spent 2 days going over all these things, and I think that we made a lot of progress and got a lot of information in here, but just like mentioning people's self-help housing, to me, that's too specific. Just like saying, we want our sheriffs to do this. Well, everybody wants what's best, but for us to kind of stick that in there feels like a dictation in a way to where it feels too specific to me.
Okay.
I would concur with Diane. I mean, we do contract to them. We can't, this is our city document. I mean, I think those are the things that maybe when we're having the conversations with them, the police department, we bring these up as issues, that these are things we'd like for them to strive on.
Yeah, I'm looking, I totally appreciate understanding the idea about the contract and where would be the most appropriate space to bring it up.
And I think this brings a bigger question up, and perhaps Dave is one that can answer, and that is, this is a contract with the sheriffs, but it is also our community. Do we have the ability to negotiate with this contract so that it can, I mean, is that even a possibility?
It depends what you're looking to negotiate. If you're talking about specific policies within the sheriff's department, no. They're not going to do specific plans, specific items just for Fillmore, and then not have it applicable to the other agencies that they serve. If you're talking about what kind of services we'd like to have out here, more patrol officers, more motorcycle, more patrol officers, that could be negotiated into the contract from that standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay.
So are we good with what? Are you good with that, Christina?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I understand that. I appreciate the clarifications provided.
Okay. So Dave, did you get all that?
We're going to replay it back so we have it accurately.
Okay.
I've chicken scratched down, but yes, we have it all recorded. So
with that, I'd like to entertain a motion, I believe, to.
So I'll move that we approve this with the comments made and revised on the tape for staff.
I will second it.
I have a motion. I have a second. Erica, will you do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Larson,
Yes.
Councilmember Villaseñor,
Yes.
Councilmember Edmonds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCall,
Yes.
Mayor Austin,
Yes.
motion passes. And
Okay, we're gonna
we-
move on to, we're gonna
sorry,
move on to, what?
Mayor, sorry, just want to
Yeah,
remind
yes.
you of the comment that came through the chat. So we're gonna have the interpreter read it from the previous item.
Okay.
Thank you.
The info provided in the PDF is not complete as to the workings of the CalHope-COSC agenda. I can only assume this is a site to test and encourage the vaccine. Be advised that the mRNA vaccines are experimental. I propose the posting of signs and/or posters for an optional protocol or prophylactic care, as in hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, as tested and found successful by many doctors, as exampled by Dr. Zelenko and an alliance of doctors named American Frontline Doctors, and many more. I propose these postings to be within 100 feet from this kiosk and steered through the same approval process with the City Council. I see a constant subliminal attack on the populace to scare and intimidate them into taking an experimental vaccine with reported severe side effects, and where there is a known treatment that can help or cure this virus. I want the truth to be exposed in our small and vulnerable town of Fillmore. And now in Spanish?
Yes, please.
Okay. La información proporcionada en el PDF no está completa en cuanto al funcionamiento de la agenda de CalHope-COSC. Solo puedo asumir que este es un sitio para probar y fomentar la vacuna. Tenga en cuenta que las vacunas de ARNM son experimentales. Propongo la publicación de carteles para un protocolo opcional o atención profiláctica como la hidroxicloroquina y la ivermectina, según lo probado y encontrado exitoso por el Dr. Zelenko y una alianza de médicos llamada American Frontline Doctors y mucho más. Propongo que estas publicaciones se realicen a menos de 100 pies de este kiosco y que sigan el mismo proceso de aprobación con el Consejo de la Ciudad. Veo un ataque subliminal constante en la población para asustarlos e intimidarlos para que tomen una vacuna experimental con efectos secundarios severos reportados y donde existe un tratamiento conocido que pueda ayudar o curar este virus. Quiero que se exponga la verdad en nuestro pequeño y vulnerable pueblo de Fillmore.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to move on to item number 8O, developers request for a 7th amendment to the purchase and sale agreement for the vacant property located at 510 Santa Clara Street.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, or in this case, the successor agency to the dissolved redevelopment agency. This item is the 7th amendment to the purchase and sale agreement for the property at 510 Santa Clara Street. Staff is recommending that City Council not grant a 7th extension. You recall this contract was initiated back in, I believe, July of 2018 with a 1-year time frame to get a deemed complete development application. Subsequently, we've had 6 time extensions on that purchase and sale agreement. So currently we're looking at one primary issue that remains incomplete. It's a significant issue. Unfortunately, 2 significant issues were left until this late hour. The one remaining item is the 1/3 commercial retail space requirement. And that's established in the downtown specific plan. This property is in the downtown specific plan core area of the central business district. And it's a central tenet of the central business district core area. Unfortunately, the various iterations of the plans that have been submitted over time, going back to March 23rd after the 6th time extension, we've submitted a couple of plans. And we've realized it's just probably not likely that they'll be able to come up with a configuration to meet the 1/3 retail based on what their requirements are for numbers of units and so forth. So at this point, we explored other options, mainly ways of not having to require the 1/3 retail. Those included possibly a waiver under state law to waive this standard that's in our code, possibly a density bonus concession, an additional density bonus concession, making it 3. That was not deemed viable either. And we're left with one final option, which would be for the applicant to make an application to amend our codes to revise or remove the 1/3 retail commercial component from our ordinance. And staff is recommending that we'd not grant an additional time extension to pursue that option. Of course, the contract expires on the 15th of this month, in a couple of days here, Thursday. We believe we've worked through most of the issues over the past approaching 3 years, but we believe it requires a wholesale redevelopment, and we don't think we're going to get there. So again, staff's recommendation is to deny the 7th Amendment for another time extension on the purchase and sale agreement. We're here to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for staff?
I have a question.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Those 2 other options, the density bonus, you said that legally it's basically why could that not be something that is an option anymore?
Looking at how the state code and our local ordinance, which follows the state code, how it defines what are our development standards, and that pertains to things that are more empirically based and specific in terms of your design, such as setbacks, height, floor area ratios, open space requirements, and so forth. For example, this project is already obtaining 2 concessions. One is that the housing units would be smaller than what's required by our ordinance. And the second one is that they wouldn't provide private open space, like a balcony or a porch, like a fenced in porch kind of thing. So those are 2 concessions that qualify. Under this particular 1/3 retail commercial component, that's actually baked into the land use element. It's sort of a central tenet of what we consider the downtown business district core. And I can read you the downtown business district core definition. It's intended to be used primarily as a retail business center with special emphasis on tourism. Due to the unique qualities presented in the central business district that set it apart from all other commercial areas in the city, in this zone, commercial establishments are to be located to serve residents of the city as well as visitors to the area. The priority of the zone is the establishment and support of street-level retail, commercial uses that will help ensure lively, pedestrian-oriented commercial district. And it's a requirement we apply to every proposed development in the downtown business district in the core. It was stipulated in the purchase and sale agreement that it had to be a component of the project. The configuration, however, just doesn't seem to be working. And so those are the primary reasons, is it just didn't quite meet the definition of a concession.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Lynn?
A question, Brian. In reading the report on the downtown, one of the things they mentioned was that the 1/3 requirement is restrictive and is causing problems, not allowing freedom. Is this going to be changed later? If it is, I would hate to disqualify someone who apparently doesn't want to do that. And I know we've extended this, and so I don't want to play games with it. But at the same time, if we're going to change that per the recommendation of the report that we got, I would hate to do that and then deny this. So what are your thoughts on that?
I also want to, sorry to interrupt, but I want to point out that the developers and the architect are on the line to make a public comment as well regarding this item.
Okay, well, we're still asking staff questions.
I mean, if I could jump in for a second, this is Tiffany Israel. I mean, that's really a policy direction from the city council. So staff doesn't have any plans to do anything. It would be something that council would need to initiate.
Okay. Do we have any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Erica, will you go ahead and put the developer on?
Yes. Mr. Gupta?
Yes. Mark, would you like to start?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mark Pettit. I'm an architect with Lauterbach and Associates Architects. In the past few months, we have worked our way through dozens of city comments, and now we're down to one standalone item, the 1/3 retail depth, which only has one exception for a 5-foot wide corridor from the front public right-of-way to the back of the building. In this particular project, we have a very odd lot. We only have frontage on Santa Clara. We have no back of the lot or side to have further services. So along Santa Clara, even if we were to have 100% retail, we would not be able to have a trash enclosure, which is a requirement of the city. We would not be able to park on the site, which is a requirement of the city. We also right now currently have a building that crosses the property line, the adjacent building, and we have to set back 5 feet just for that building. So right along, we wouldn't be able to make that work just because of the existing building on the property. And of course, we would like to have a lobby, as we've been working with staff for quite a while here, that would be open and bright and would be able to have view into the elevator and the stair, and be able to have residents that live on the floors above come down, wait for Uber or Lyft or someone to pick them up or drop them off. So we've tried to take a look at this and do what we can. We do have retail on the front. We have 35 feet of the 100-foot minus the 5 foot for the building setback that's on our property. And we do have about 50% of the property that has the retail and the lobby area. The other two areas are the access drive, which we've reduced 5 feet from the requirement. And then of course our trash. So we've really tried very hard to see what we could do to make the best of a lot that just does not allow us to have access off of the back. And we have contacted the people in the back that own the property, and they were not interested in doing that at this time. And when I say doing this, creating an alley or giving us property to that at this time. So we went forward and we made a request of staff if there would be some way that we could at least have the opportunity to take a look at a waiver for that 1/3, not 100%, but to reduce it, and or a concession by providing additional affordable housing in the project to provide the opportunity to move forward to have the Planning Commission make the decision on the waiver and or a concession. Late this afternoon, we received a response from staff saying that the two options, as was mentioned, were really not available to us. So we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars and several years to have a project that we think the city can be proud of. As you may be aware, the project is really kind of designed for young professionals. And we think that's a big need that the city has, and it's a perfect location for it. So we would like the time to have additional time to move forward with the application and to proceed with potentially working with staff and going to Planning Commission and have them decide if a waiver or concession for this very odd shaped lot would be appropriate. So we respectfully like to request more time to work with the city. And it's not because of lack of diligence. It's because of the uniqueness and odd characteristics of the lot and having a property with only one side fronting a right of way. So we're committed to seeing this project forward if we have the time to do so. And so I'd like to thank you, and Amory has some additional comments.
Mayor, this is Tiffany Israel. If I could just interject for a second. The determination that a waiver or concession is not applicable is a legal one. As Brian explained, development standards, design standards are what the concessions and the waivers are to apply to. So physical requirements of development that impact the building, that make it too expensive to create affordable units. That's the purpose of concessions and waivers. This issue is about use. And so a use is not something that's applicable for a concession or a waiver. Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else?
The opportunity.
I'm not hearing you, Mr.
Yeah.
Gupta.
All right. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you for the opportunity to address the City Council this evening in support of our request to extend by 30 days the deadline by which to have our development application deemed complete by the city. We have good reason for this request. We understand from our conversations with the city staff on April 7th and April 12th that all issues have been successfully resolved and deemed complete except for only one. And the sole remaining issue is the incomplete item is based on city staff interpretation of zoning ordinance 6.04.0615 D4A, which states in order to maintain an active pedestrian environment, only retail commercial businesses shall be allowed within the front 1/3 of the ground floor for structures fronting on streets in the core area, which is depicted on figure 1.6 on page 1,7 of the downtown specific plan. While our previous submissions sought to comply with this zoning item by devoting at least 1/3 of the ground floor for retail use through building depth, we understand from our conference with the city staff on April 7th that those prior submissions do not comply with that ordinance, as that requirement is interpreted by the city staff. On April 8th, we confirmed with city staff in writing that we remain committed to this project and we remain committed to obtaining a decision by city staff deeming our development application complete. To this end, we confirmed to city staff in writing that we are prepared to pursue 3 alternatives based on the plans previously submitted to the city on or about March 11th this year. First, we want to seek a waiver under the California state density bonus laws of the front 1/3 retail requirement of the zoning ordinance, section 6.04.0615.3.d4, in the form depicted as acceptable in the city exhibit that staff provided to us on April 7th, on the grounds that configuration would physically prevent the project from being built at the permitted density and at the currently approved concessions and incentives under the California density bonus law. Second, should our waiver application not be approved for some reason, then we are prepared to offer an additional concession to the project by increasing the number of low-income housing units. Third, we don't think, if these two don't work, we don't think this would be necessary, but if so, we are prepared to submit an application for amendment to the zoning ordinance and the downtown specific plan to remove or revise the front 1/3 retail requirement. Today, we submitted to city staff a provisional plan showing 2 additional low-income apartments as a concession under the California density bonus law, should a waiver application not be approved. We request additional time from City Council in an abundance of caution to provide city staff enough time to review and respond our proposed resolution and time for us as a developer to address any unexpected issues that may arise based on our proposed resolution, if any. We've been working very hard to submit a complete development applications. We have resolved nearly 60 comments in just the last 60 days alone, and we have invested over $200,000 in development costs to date to develop a great project for the city. We got a budgeted estimate for our project, which is estimated to be over $9 million. When we are now at the finish line. Our extension requests so far have not been because a lack of diligence on our part, but because of the uniqueness of this property. We just need more time to allow city staff to review our April 8th and April 13th submissions so that they can either deem our development application complete or alternatively discuss with us further our proposed roadmap for resolution of the last and only remaining open item. We respectfully request that the City Council, as the successor agency of the Board of Directors, approve a 7th Amendment to give the purchasers, which is us, 30 days to May 15th, 2021 to have a deemed application complete. This extension would provide city staff with additional time to review our April 8th and April 13th submissions so that they can either deem our development application complete or alternatively discuss with us further our proposed roadmap for a resolution of the last and only remaining open item. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, is that it? Okay.
Please allow me. My name is Kunal, and I'm one of the partners, and I want to request the extension. The planning decision is the entity that recommends whether a waiver or concession can be granted, and the City Council decides that. A city staff, I believe, does not have the authority and appears it might have been prejudged the issue. So we ask additional time for the Planning Commission and the City Council to please decide our application for a waiver or a concession. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? Okay. Lynn? You're on mute.
Sorry, I have a question of Tiffany on this.
Of Tiffany, okay.
The ideas that are being recommended as possible changes, are they legal?
I mean, the request that they made today, I haven't had a chance to look at, but from what they said, they're still talking about requesting a waiver. It sounds like they want a waiver or a concession based on use, which is not allowed. Which would leave them the option of seeking a zone change and a change to the downtown specific plan.
Okay.
Which, I mean, again, they've been being told for 2 years.
I have a question for Mark or sorry, for Kevin or Brian. Were they told about the 1/3 from the very beginning, or, you know, as Mike had mentioned, they were only told April 7th. Is that the case, or have they been told about this 1/3 issue the whole time?
They've been told about the issue from the initial incompleteness letter, which was January of 2019, shortly after their first application, which was, I believe, November of 2018. And there have been various iterations of plans submitted, and then it's been reiterated to them every time that we've had plan check reviews or incompleteness letters go back out.
So, I mean, basically, if we were to, I mean, if what they're asking us to do, as Tiffany said, is a use change, we legally can't do that. So, I mean, we have to be really careful, and I'm speaking to council members at this point. We have to be really careful, because if we are changing something in our CBD zone, anybody can come to us and then say, okay, you do this for them, you need to do this for us. So we're really kind of hurting ourselves, because the CBD zone is to encourage business. I mean, that's my take on it. It's the 1/3 rule because we want to encourage business in those areas. So, I want to be sensitive to that. Yeah. And again, Tiffany hasn't reviewed this. I'm not in favor of moving forward. I think, based on what we've seen, this is 3 years. This is over and over again. We're not getting anywhere. That's my opinion.
Okay. Anybody else? Well, we have to entertain a motion to go one way or the other.
Well, I do have a comment. Regarding the plans, from what I've been able to see, and thank you to all of you and for Mr. Pettit for your comments, particularly in seeing the lot and seeing the need, as he mentioned, it is a unique property and it doesn't have that back. It does need that entranceway for parking and for trash. When you look at that lot and you take away that driveway and you take away the area for the trash, it is a very limited space. I understand where you're coming from, Diane, in terms of opening up our, amending for, when you do an amendment, it opens up for other developers who may come in to amend our downtown specific plan. But I do want us to consider that regard with this particular property. And I want us to consider too, as a council, that we, I look at it as good faith efforts for due diligence. And I understand this has been a project that's been the years in the making. I am a new council member, but I think we can look at examples currently that we have of not particularly a purchase agreement, but once already bought agreements to improve property, that developers, people who own property, make good faith efforts, and that we as a council have seen that and have agreed to amendments. So I wanted to put that forward as well. And so I thought there was 3 options on the table, and apparently there were, but now really there's only legally 1 way to go, apparently. And that's unfortunate. But I mean, if everyone can agree here between staff and between the developer that avenue will be taken and will be done and completed, then I would be for it. Thank you.
I mean, I guess my comment back to that is this has been going on for 3 years. This isn't new. So I'm not sure what the impediment is. I mean, why not make the changes that staff has been recommending and having it keep coming back, and we're having to add more extensions and extensions. So where's the problem? I mean, especially if now we're dealing with a use issue that's a legal issue that's been put out there every time. That's what I don't understand. I mean, even according to Brian, it's been brought up. This has been brought up. It's not new. So where's the miscommunication?
Yeah, I'm on the same. If there was 3 options on the table as of April 7th, and now am I right in thinking there's only really 1 option on the table? And then really, I mean, it has to be done. So if there's some clarity there, I would appreciate it.
May I respond, please? May I say something? This
Yes.
is Kunal. This is Kunal. My request is, as the city attorney said, she did not have a chance to review our submittal. That all happened in the last 24 hours. Perhaps a chance that city attorney can review our submittal, dig deeper into what we are requesting. Maybe that might support an extension.
Well, I mean, the legal issue is what the legal issue is. You can't get a concession or a waiver for a use. So that one, if that is what the concession or the waiver that you're asking for, that one's not going to work. So then that leaves you with the options of redesigning it, or that leaves you the option of applying for the zone change. which the council can't commit tonight that they would do because that's a legislative action that they need to consider, without prejudice when it comes before them, but it's something that you're allowed to apply for. And so you're down to those two options now. And those have been your two options all along.
So thank you for that. I want to clarify that we are not changing the use. What we're asking is, instead of 100 foot of retail, it's 35 foot of retail. There's still a business element to it. There's still the retail element, the tourist element to it. What we're requesting is some time to review so that we can reduce from 100 feet to 35 feet.
Right, but and so I think part of the issue that we've had and part of why this has been so protracted is that there's a lot of development language that maybe isn't understood. So that our code requires that 1/3 to be used a certain way. So that's the use. So you wanting to reduce that area is a change in use. So that's why we're in the situation we're in.
I have a question on that.
Okay. Okay.
So if they do extend it and do the whole size, and that means they won't have a driveway, they won't have the entry, and they won't have trash pickup, then that puts them in a situation where they are out of compliance in other areas. Is that accurate?
I mean, I don't know if Brian or Kevin has to speak to whether you can design it to include all that.
Yeah, not necessarily. I mean, it seems as though the changes that they've been made have been sort of small incremental changes, whereas this is something where you need a fresh look. Look at the site in whole. Yeah, it has some constraints, but you can possibly change the way your entrance comes in, and you find parking behind maybe the retail, and you could possibly move the trash enclosure back and put retail in front. And there may be some options out there. Kevin may have some ideas, but it maybe just requires a whole new look. And there's been resistance to really change the project significantly over all this time. I think there is some barrier in terms of development projects where they kind of understand the language and can identify those critical issues early on and make big changes. Whereas so much time has gone on now that the small incremental changes hasn't quite gotten us there. And so as Tiffany alluded to, it's a change in land use, and that's probably something that should have been addressed from the outset.
Mayor, if I can make a comment.
Yes.
When the project was initially developed, everybody thought that there would be access off of the back alley. That option was removed. And of course, we were not able to make the family understand what was going on or to go forward with that, to put access off of the back. So when you have a requirement that says 100%, with the exception of a 5-foot walkway, is the front of the building, that's all you could have is just retail on that front portion of the building. But you couldn't even have retail because you can't park on the site. You can't have trash access on the site. There's no way to get to the site if you can only access it from the front. And as far as the use, something that in the code say that it is 1/3 of the depth. To me, that's a development standard, a standard that shows a dimension. Yes, it says, retail use, but it is a development standard that is 1/3. And so anyway, hopefully you will consider the uniqueness of the property, the promise that we could make something truly special with it, because if we don't have some sort of way to take a look at that front, it's you can't have a retail building without parking. Thank you.
So tell me if I'm wrong here. I mean, maybe I'm just kind of reading into this, but it sounds to me like you've come up with a building that's probably too large for the space, but for financial reasons, you're trying to make it work because you need to make it math out financially. And without the size that you're proposing, it's not going to financially math out for you. So you're asking the city to kind of make all these different, you know, rules so that you can get the size building that you need in order for financial feasibility. But the problem is what we're saying now is the 1/3 use may not be, as you say, a standard. It sounds like, according to our city attorney, it's a use issue. So I'm going with my city attorney because I don't want to break the law for sure. She needs to comment on that. But is there a possibility, in order for you to fit your trash and your parking and everything else, that you could make the property feasibly, financially feasible if you make it smaller? Because that seems to be the whole problem here, just as first look.
Mayor Pro Tem, there will be, unless we have access in the front off of Santa Clara, there's no way to get one parking space on the site. You can't have access to the site for a vehicle. The code says it has to be the entire length with exception for one 5-foot corridor. Our 5-foot corridor is taken up by the building that is adjacent to us that encroaches on our property. So not only can we not have access for a car to come off of Santa Clara, even if there was retail there, we couldn't provide space for a trash bin.
I understand, but that's not new. You've known this situation from the beginning. So
and from the beginning, the intent was that we were going to be able to have access off of the back alley, like virtually every single parcel in the business.
At what point did you determine that you didn't have rear access?
Probably within the last 6 months or so, probably maybe a little bit longer than that.
But that wasn't brought up the last time we offered another extension. So I'm not trying to be antagonistic. I mean, I appreciate the dialogue because I'm just trying to get my arms around this, and I know where I stand. It feels like, as he said, it's these small incremental changes, and we're not getting anywhere. We're wasting your time. We're wasting staff's time. It keeps coming back, and we keep, it's the burr in the saddle. We need to fix the problem. If it means, making the building smaller or changing your bottom floor, a refocus on what we say, because if the city attorney does decide that this is a use issue and we legally can't do what you're asking us to do, we're at an impasse. So I would like you to consider that. That's what I'm asking.
Well, the property is very unique, and we had asked previously to take a look at potentially a variance because of the uniqueness of the piece of property.
Right, but if you knew you didn't have access 6 months ago, I mean, I would have hoped that this would have came up before now, that all of a sudden, wait a minute, we don't have access. So, another look might be kind of your only alternative at this point if it's decided to be a use issue.
Well, and one thing too that we did provide is an option that when it's available to access off of the rear of the property. So we do have that as an alternative to our plan. But even with that, like I said, with the only exception being the 5-foot, we have a building issue on our property for the 5 feet. So we couldn't even have an access from the front to the back.
Well, at this point, I turn my comments back over to staff. I need staff's comments.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment?
Yes.
I have 2 comments I'd like to make. The request to change 1/3 and then the request to redesign. To change to 1/3 is not a very simple task. It's extraordinarily time consuming because it entails the entire downtown, not just this one particular property. And I've been through this maybe 7 or 8 times in my career here at the city of Fillmore when we ask this question. Seems to be a very simple question and a simple answer. Yeah, let's just change 1/3. But when the antique shops come out and the grocery stores come out and all the other retail people come out, they come out very angry against turning into an office park or into a residential area or to something else. Something comes up that we don't recognize. And all I'm trying to say is to change 1/3 retail is just not a simple, quick solution. And if you're talking about extending a deadline, 30 days isn't going to do it. And for them to submit an application and for us to review an application within 30 days of something that's going to take a long time, the process is not easy.
Right.
In terms of redesign, I don't want to redesign this tonight. I don't want to talk about a redesign. From the moment an application was turned in, we said you don't meet 1/3 retail. This is not a unique piece of property. It's a rectangular piece of property, and it has access off of Santa Clara Street. And the full width of the property is used by a trash enclosure, a driveway, and a lobby, and a small portion for retail. We can work on redesigning that. It's going to take quite a bit of work, and that's not quick either, right? That's going to take a lot of effort. It won't happen tonight. Won't happen in 30 days. It did not happen in 3 years. I just wanted to get that off my chest. I wanted to explain to where we are and how we got to where we are. Thank you.
Okay.
May I?
You can go back and forth. We can keep going back and forth all night. But at some point, I mean, go ahead and make your comment, but at some point the council's gonna have to make a decision.
Absolutely. And I'm thankful for giving me the opportunity, you know. I'm thankful that we have talked about this from last 20 minutes. That tells me that the council and the city cares about the project. You know, if they did not care, we would have just shut down a long time ago. I'm thankful for that. I do want to point out that the last 6 months, you know, what we have been working on this one item, especially from last 2 weeks, is the discrepancy on the interpretation of the code. We were on 2 different pages. And it was on April 7th, the city was kind enough to share an excerpt from 1994 code, which shows the interpretation. Until then, we were referring to the municipal code, which is on City of Fillmore website. And we were meeting that intent of the code. So it was only just 5 days ago, this interpretation was opened up from 1994. And since then, we focused our efforts on that. And it was only just a few days ago that we learned that. So I want to share this because from last 6 months, we have been diligent on making this work. We have been diligent to responding every possible comment that creates a win-win situation for all. I just want to say that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, council. Which way are we leaning?
I've been pretty specific. I'm a deny all day. Yeah, I just, you know, I've been clear.
Christine, Ari, Lynn?
I have a lot of difficulty with this. Number one, I see that we've asked for this the whole time and it hasn't happened. I don't understand exactly what our website says. I haven't looked at the website. I don't know it. There's possibility of interpretation. I can understand that, you know, what you see on one thing is not necessarily another. I am saddened that we've been working in tiny incremental things instead of really dealing with larger issues. And I'm sure that's taken up our planning commission's, planning committee, planning department's excessive time. At the same time, I want to be able to promote a good program if the process, if that is in fact a good one. I'm very indecisive at the moment.
You're very what?
Indecisive.
Okay. Christina, Ari?
I want to add something else. I walk downtown pretty frequently, as I'm sure all the rest of you do. And I have seen where people have put what they call their produce in front. And sometimes it's very minimal. There'll be just a poster or a t-shirt or that kind of stuff. I don't see that 1/3 at all is being used. So that bothers me too, which doesn't have anything to do with this, but it also talks to our consistency.
Okay. Christina, Ari?
Well, I agree with Diane and Lynn. I see both sides. It's a tough one. Maybe it's because we're new to the council. We don't have the history that the long-term council members have had. I do want to work with them, but on the other hand, I value our staff's time and energy, and maybe this preventing them from working on other areas that are more fruitful, since we don't know what the outcome is. It's just disappointing to me. We always want to encourage new businesses. So that's the part where I am undecisive, like Lynn said about that part. But then I also understand the staff's time, energy, talents are being compromised. So.
Okay, well, Christina, you have any other comments?
The same comments that I made earlier, just to add that, well, actually, how about a question? Regarding if this were to be denied, and again, we've gotten to this point, what, Kevin and Brian, you could answer this. To get to this point, again, I know you might not be able to answer this, what timeline would it take regarding developer?
I think it'll take them about a year.
Well, actually, it's more critical than that. Kevin, sorry to interrupt you. So we have a purchase and sale agreement with them to sell this successor agency property. And there's this milestone that they were supposed to meet a couple of years ago that's been extended 6 times already. So if this milestone isn't met and they exceed the timeline, which is now April 15th to meet this milestone, then the agreement terminates. And then they have no rights to this property. And then it's property that the city as a successor agency still needs to sell. So we would have to go through the surplus property process, like we're going through with the town theater, where the council would find the property to be surplus and then offer it for sale to those park and rec and housing authorities and housing developers, and go through that whole surplus land act process.
Okay,
that's helpful. Thank you.
Tiffany, if it is offered for recreation and stuff, then it wouldn't have it would still be in the zone. And so they would have to put 30, the retail.
It's a weird law. It's a weird law that was expanded to successor agency property recently. We have to offer it to certain identified types of public agencies and housing developers, because those were the areas that the legislature found we had shortfalls statewide, and so they should get priority on property. That doesn't mean that any of them would want to acquire the property. Like with the town theater, we had one affordable housing developer say they were interested, but then they really didn't go anywhere with it. So it sort of hoops you have to jump through. And then if you don't come to a deal with anyone, then you can decide what you're going to do with it thereafter. But this is, if they don't have a deemed complete application by April 15th, then they're no longer going to be in an agreement with us to acquire the property.
Okay.
So is it a moot point?
At that point, at that point, they would have to hope that they could reapply through the surplus property process if they wanted to.
Okay. Okay.
So even if, so this whole conversation is moot. If
No, because you can extend this deadline again.
Oh, we can
And give them another 30 days to work on something they can't complete.
So that's the decision.
Right. And I got clarity and understanding that those 3 points, there really is only one option, and that is one that Kevin explained will is not something to be completed, right?
Well, I mean, Kevin thinks that it could be redesigned, but then obviously they would need more than 30 days. I mean, not obviously, I would think they would need more than 30 days, or to apply for that rezone process.
Okay. I'd like to entertain a motion one way or the other.
I'll make a motion that we go with staff's recommendation and deny the request for the 7th Amendment for the purchase and sale agreement.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a motion. I have a second. Erica, will you do a roll call, please?
Councilmember Edmonds,
I abstain.
Well, okay.
Councilmember Villaseñor,
No.
Councilmember Larson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCall,
Yes.
Mayor Austin,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 9, committee, commission, board reports. Anybody want to speak up or?
The Ventura County Transportation Commission has a program called CalVans, and I didn't know anything about it and its effectiveness. Fillmore actually has 14 of those vans. They're provided by CalVans, which is under Ventura County Transportation Commission, and they are provided a good van. If they're in agriculture, they do not have to pay for the van, and CalVans covers it entirely. All they have to pay for is the gas. It pays for the insurance, it pays for the repairs, it pays for everything. And so I just wanted to let people know, and there are vans available. Some employers can get a very reduced cost of a van, and then they can run it entirely on their own, or they can go through CalVans. Those are really good opportunities. And Air Pollution Control Board continues to give a lot of grants out, millions of dollars every year for communities and individuals who need to improve their equipment and their vehicles. And that's it.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to item number 10, city council reports, recommendations, and comments. Any comments?
I just wanted to say that Fillmore Drive-In Movies will feature Wall-E on Friday, April 23rd and Saturday, April 24th. And starting at 7 p.m., cost is $15 per vehicle. And also a free youth basketball clinic with Junior Clippers on the 15th of April. And any more information on how to RSVP or register, go to City of Fillmore website or their social media pages on Facebook. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina?
Sure. Tomorrow from 10 to 3 at the Memorial Building will be the vaccine site for Fillmore. Again, 10 to 3, and it will be ages 16 plus, and the vaccine has changed. It is not the Johnson & Johnson 1-dose vaccine. It is going to be the Pfizer 2-dose vaccine, and people can schedule their second dosage when they get their first dosage. So I encourage everyone to go. Again, 16 and older. So it's basically almost everyone in the community can get their vaccine.
And no RSVP needed.
No RSVP needed, right? No pre-registration. Walk up is fine. Walk up is what they're doing. I did want to ask Mayor to consider a couple of agenda items. One of them being, I would like to see if we can agendize to perhaps ask for a staff study or at least bring up for discussion, re-looking at our 40% prudent reserve and looking at that percentage that we have, looking at our finances. Well, we're given that great report today, and see if we can allow for more funds to be allowed in our general fund. We know that we need a lot of things. We need funding for different things in our city. So I want to see if we can revisit that. That's one agenda item. And then two, if we can revisit looking at our translation, Spanish translation services contract and see about kind of tweaking it a bit and looking into simulcast and maybe have that go flow together with what Patrick and Erika were talking about earlier in revamping our communication for our meeting. Thank you.
Okay, Len?
I wanted to bring up that Mike Powers, the county executive officer, sent out a immediate release statement with his concern about the attacks on Asian Americans. And he finished with this paragraph. We ask all to stand in solidarity with members of our community who are experiencing this and other forms of racism and xenophobia. We must remain vigilant and keep working as a community to identify effective and actionable ways to address this and all forms of prejudice, stigmatization, and racism. I just wanted to bring that up. And then to tell people that the Area Housing Authority of the Ventura County is accepting applications beginning April 6th and ending April 19th. And so now's the time to be sure you get that in if you're interested in that. And that's it.
Okay. Any others? Okay, we're going to move on to item number 11, City Manager's verbal report.
I have nothing tonight. It was already covered.
Okay.
Thank you.
With that, we're going to move on to item number 12, 12A, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. City Council will conduct a closed session pursuant to Government Code sections 54956.9 D2 and D3 because there is a significant exposure to litigation in two cases. We're going to adjourn the meeting. Or we're not going to adjourn the meeting. We're going to go into closed session.
Right, we'll recess into closed session and we'll be back.
Right. Right.
Thank you.
I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Leave.
Hi, Kevin.
Hey. No. It's not. Hey, Diana, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Dan, yes, I'm doing okay.
Good. No, I think I have it. Hold on, let me get out of here. Let me just close this. Okay, I'll find you. Okay, bye. Okay, bye.
Hello?
Hi, Erin.
Hello?
Okay, we're back.
Well, we did it. I actually clicked it in. Thanks to you. You made it, Diane.
I found it. I couldn't find the pin section, but I
I
found it.
couldn't either, but I don't want to spend time looking for it either, so I'll wait till next time.
Are we good to go, Erica?
Yes, we're live.
Okay. The council met in closed session. We have no reportable action on either case. I'm going to move to item number 13. We're going to adjourn to the next regularly scheduled meeting at 6:30 on Tuesday, April 27th. Everybody have a good night.
Night.
Everybody.
Night, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Erica? Oh, she's gone.
Yes.
Do we use the same addresses each time?